Hey, party people, how is everybody doing? We are going to go and chop some stuff up tonight. Obviously, we're going to start with some new subs and see how we go to get on for the night. But let's go ahead and dive into it, shall we?
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey guys, how is everybody doing? Happy Halloween, BTW. This is my Halloween. I'm doing 21st Century Witch. I had the whole hat going on top of this and everything like that, but I thought let's bring it down for the evening. How's everyone doing? How's Halloween treating you guys? The veil is definitely thin, so let me know how you guys are finding that. Hey, my family legacy, love that. For the name alone, you get a spot. For sure, for sure. I want to unpack that family legacy, if you don't mind, because that's what we do over here. Yes, love that. No, but how is everyone doing? How is the energy treating you guys today? Definitely some resistances moving through. Okay. I don't know, actually. I actually found it on the platform that I used to do. I'll go and check for you, actually. Wait right there, Layla. Let's talk amongst ourselves, guys. Let me know how's Halloween been treating everyone so far. We're gonna do a little something special tonight and go and check out what's going on with the new subs, right? We're always unpacking our stuff. We come and lay our stuff bare every week when we can. So I figured let's do something for some new subs and get them, because the spirits have been going mad on that side. It's like, oh, there's never any space for me. There was a whole thing for a little bit, guys. So we are going to accommodate the guides who want to be able to pass on their messages as well. The regulars will still have our slots on Friday or Saturday, but we're going to do a little something extra for those that need a little something extra. That's what they say, y'all. We're going to do a little something extra for those that need something extra. Okay. Wait right there, Lala. I'm actually going to see if I can go and find the actual track. Oh, it's going to take me a minute. It's going to tell you what, Lala. Afterwards, when I get a minute to come down from the space, I'll post it on the chat of the video after the facts, because I see that it's going to cause a little bit of a mess, and multitasking is my thing in small doses. I will just go sidetracked. Hey, Dr. Fizzer. How are you doing, my love? I think you missed your spot last time. Did you not, if I'm not mistaken? Did you? Did you? I can't recall. No. Okay, they're saying no. Okay. Oh, I can't recall, but I'm going to have a look when I'm finished going into the edits, because it's not one of the tracks that I haven't edited in a while, girl, basically. Yeah, because I might have to go and check it out and come back. But it called to me as well, trust me, because I'm like, yeah. There's so many mirrors of me here, like in this little human, and I'm like trying to figure out what reflections are aligned. The mirror's broken, guys. There's only pieces of the soul left that I'm trying to put back together. to grasp a full-on understanding. But we're going to go and start getting a list together. I think we have My Family Legacy. I always had Miss My Spots, Ultra Egoism. You did. And for that, I guess we've got a special place because this little interim is for those types of situations. Trust me, your guides have put it out there. We've been taken to God court and everything, like in my sleep time. So it's fine. We'll make up for that time tonight and get you in on the list. I'm going to have to create a list because Mina is going to be here when she gets here. Okay. We're dealing with a significant time difference. So there's going to be a little bit of a tricky process to navigate with that, but she'll get here when she does. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a mental note. So we've got My Family Legacy and Ultra Ego Wisdom on the list so far. I don't know if you're a familiar Lala, but yeah, I don't know if you're looking for a space on the list as well. I'm not familiar with the name. I don't know. I'm a little bit hesitant about that. I might have seen it, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm open to critique. Let's go and actually get started. We'll just leave the room open whilst the other three guides get their humans here. And we'll just start unpacking some stuff. In the meantime, in between time, I don't think that there was a list before or anything. So we are, oh, dang. Oh yes, Chaley did sort of have a little, yeah, sorry, I'm like going through the chat to see what's going on. It's a new subs only. So we're gonna have there was a list that was kind of been created before, I guess. Yeah, it is for new subs only. So don't worry, guys, I got you guys on the weekend. But for the newbies in the room, we're gonna go and just sort of like dive into some stuff. My Family Legacy, if you're still here after that 7 minutes of like figuring out life, because that's what we do here as well. You can pop your question in the chat and we'll go ahead and start unpacking it for you. And then we'll go on to you, Ultra Ego. Manor, this is for subs only, new subs only. The guides are trying to get other people's guides. So the beacon's getting activated as far as like MySpace in spirit. So guides are trying to get their humans over here. So I got to put the word out, basically. Put the bat light out, the bat signal, and let the guides kind of flock in. So we're going to go and unpack the stuff, guys. My Family Legacy, I guess if you're still here, start typing your question and putting it out there. Manor, tune in on Friday. We're actually going to be able to sort of unpack with the regulars, aka of this little pub, where we don't necessarily drink alcohol, but we drink on spirit. The guys are funny tonight. That's funny. Okay. I know, my love. I know. And it's always a challenge for you, Ultra Ego Wisdom. But today you've got like a decent slot. I'm assuming My Family Legacy is writing their question. I'm going to assume that. We're going to give it a couple more minutes. If you are here, just kind of like, if you're typing, pause on it, copy that for a second and put a yes in the chat, My Family Legacy, just so that we know that you're still here. Ultra Ego Wisdom, if you want to start putting your question out there, actually. Yeah, just so that we can sort of keep the time flowing, okay? Because it is definitely going to be a quick one tonight, hopefully. I don't plan to be here long, but I don't know how the beacon's only sort of starting to go up. So we'll see how it goes. Yes, please, Ultra Ego Wisdom. Pop your question in the chat. Let's unpack it. And let's go and dive in. This might be a nice, quick and short one tonight, which I don't mind. I'm not complaining. Work tomorrow and all that stuff. Okay, guys, who have we got here at the minute on the live, actually? Who's in the room? I see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just checking out the chat, guys, while you guys let me know who's in the room. Hello, just drop a hi. Hey, a little wave, something, just so that I know who's here. I know that Ultra Ego Wisdom's here, sort of typing up their question. And this is so nice for them. It's kind of like the guides have kind of like cleared space so that you can get like this little window. And I love that for you. So let's go and dive into it. Oh, just in time. Hi, Jay. How are you doing? Oh, I love that. I love that little conjuring that you're doing there with the title. Very, very nice. Okay. Ultra egoism. We've got our first question in the space, guys. We're going to go and unpack ultra egoism. I guess my family legacy's left because we haven't had a update, I guess. I'm not sure if they're still here. But yeah. I am good, my love. I'm good. I'm sort of settling into the energies of this Halloween because the veil's thin, so I'm here to see what we can find out. I am always sort of looking for an opportunity to get some insight. Bear with me, guys. Speaking of my family legacy, that would be my mama. Oh, bear with. She'll be here in a sec, guys. She'll be here in a sec. Alfred Armstrong, I will take your question, actually. Johnny Blake, remember the name? Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily be a new sub per se, but you've been a long-term subscriber. I haven't seen you for a minute, but hey, Johnny, how are you doing? We're actually only doing new subs tonight, I'm afraid. On Friday, we'll be having our usual live. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Alfred. It is a new name, so I'm open to taking your question as well. We're going to go and sort of like start to create a list. Okay, so let me get this list thing together, right? So the free list, as we have it at the minute, we've got Ultra Ego Wisdom. Do you know? I don't know if you've realized this. No, that's okay, Johnny. This is something new that we're sort of like trying. We're sort of making some room for other people's guides. Yeah. So it has definitely been a while, Johnny Blake, but tune in on Friday. On Friday, I'm going to be having the usual space for us to be able to sit and unpack some stuff. Don't worry, I definitely love to hear a little bit about what that space is like, because I can sense that there's a little bit of longing there, but there's also some resistances. So I'd love to unpack that for you. Tune in on Friday. Okay, let's stick a pin in it. It's a date. And as for your question, Jay, Mina, there we are. As soon as I started writing the list, they were like, Mina, it's your cue. Hey, Mina, beautiful. Okay, so we've got a few. So on Friday, I'll be going live. I say 9:30, but we usually go live around about 9:45, 9:50. But honestly, Johnny, I put the word out on the YouTube streets on Thursday night, and the list is usually filled by Friday morning. So just set your notifications and check the community tab. There might be something there. Yeah, no, I know, beautiful. I know you just woke up. It's all good. I literally said to them, Mina will get here when she does. And literally, as soon as I started typing up the list, you got here. So that was your cue. And I love that. Okay, we're starting to build a little bit of a list already. I think we've got, to answer your question, Jay, because that's where I was for you. We've got 5 free slots available, and once the free slots are available, then people can donate as well. I think in coming into the room, we have Ultra Ego is the first on the list, because I don't know if my family legacy is still here, but they were sort of around. Jay, you were actually sort of after Alfred Armstrong, or before, actually. Yeah. If you've got a question, Jay, let me know. You'll be second on the list. Then it's Alfred Armstrong. Then it's Clover. And we close out the free list with Enchantress. Yeah. Yeah. No, and I get that because I haven't seen the name before. Yeah. I was asking to freeze on yeah, no, definitely. You literally just pop into the chat as soon as I put the word out, and just make a reference that you want to be added to the list. Okay. But yes, so that's where we are with the list. The list is closed as far as the free list, and we've got the donation list open. There's only 3 slots available on that, and we're just going to dive into it and see what we can sort of get. I hope that Mina caught that. So we've got Ultra Ego Wisdom, and we've got Jay, Alfred, Clover, and Enchantress. Okay, thank you, Enchantress, for showing up and filling up the space. This is like usual timing for us to sort of start unpacking stuff and everything. So this is good. We'll go and start with Ultra Ego's question. I think that there was a little bit more. You can, if you want, you can stick around. Yeah, you can stick around and hang out with us. We don't mind. Halloween vibe, right? We're going to go and tap into spirit and see what we can get. We're open. Okay, so let me go back to Ultra Ego's question, because there was a little bit. Okay. So, Ultra Ego's question, or let's put it into context. I have a crush on a Libra, on a girl called Zara. I'm a Libra, and I would like to know how she feels, or even if she thinks of me. I don't know if you guys caught that flashing in the back of my light, in the back of the room there. That's where my altar is. So, Spirit is ready to speak on this. Let's go and dive into it. Oh, peace and blessings, Denise. The free list is literally just sort of closed out. Yeah, the free list is closed out, my love. Happy Halloween to you too. Yeah, my YouTube account. Can I... Tonight, I know that you have been a sub my YouTube account. We're only focusing on the new subs tonight, to sort of make way for their guides to be able to put some stuff out. But we've actually closed out the free list. The free list is only 5 tonight, because we're going to try and wrap up the space as quickly as we can. But also we want to sort of like give some time for people to be able to get their messages through as well. Last time I joined onto your live, I was one of the first people on it, and I placed my question several times and it kept on getting deleted. Oh my God, that would be probably a little trickster spirit. They do that. I guess whatever wanted to, whatever question you were asking, you needed to get that clarity on your own. Because sometimes, like even with these spirits and stuff, like God gives them leashes, so they have like a certain degree that they can move and stuff. So that probably meant that, you know, you needed to just walk whatever path you were on, trying to figure out whatever guidance, if the questions changed since then. But we are going to be live on... Stick around till the end. I feel you, my love. They said stick around till the end. Usually there's an additional novelty spot. I can't help but be in depth, my love. That's just the way that it is. That's why I tell people to prepare themselves. It's just because sometimes we'll start with a question, but there's layers to unpacking it. But stick around, we'll see sort of what, yeah, turns around with the situation, because they're saying to me there might be the novelty slot available. And also, we don't necessarily know how people are going to veer for their spaces as well. So stick around and we'll see where we are. We are doing 5 people. So the 5 people are Ultra Ego Wisdom. Okay, sorry, I'm like doing the list for Mina. Thank God for technology, right? Then we had J. J22 was really the formula on that name. And then we had Alfred. And then we had Clover. And then closing out the space, we had Enchantress. Correct me if I'm wrong as well, guys. That's okay, Alfred. All good. All good. We're going to go and chop some stuff up tonight, guys. We want to see what we can get. I told you guys, there's an opportunity. We want to be there with the cards. I take any deck, an Oracle deck, something, okay? And we'll go and unpack it together and see what we can get. But let's go and dive into Ultra Ego's question whilst we sort of get everything together. Okay, so I have a crush on a girl called Zara. I'm a Libra and I would like to know how she feels or even if she thinks of me. Hey, Scenario. Yes, beautiful. I'm doing 21st century witch. That's my Halloween costume. We're cute, okay? That whole situation of like, you know, we're on the good team as well. This would be a Mary Poppins, okay? But yes, we're sort of making some space tonight for the new subs. We're growing the family scenario. We're growing the family. Luckily, you made it. Indeed, Enchantress, literally just at the brink of like closing that door. You were like, oh, that's me. Thank you, scenario. Right, let's go and see about this whole little space for you, Ultra Ego Wisdom. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm like already. Scenario said purr. I get what you, girl. Well, look at how the tides turn for you, Ultra Ego Wisdom. Always last and finally made it first. Trust me, there's a message there. I'm going to say this to you because there was the first thing that I was sort of like seeing in the space with your situation. I get with you guys. But yeah, there was a situation that I was seeing of some insecurities just overall in general. But it's because you're a bit of an observer. It's not really like who you are, but you wear this mask of insecurity. Yeah, it's very complex by the looks of it. There's many layers to it, many different ages are locked into this sequence, but we're going to focus on the question at hand, y'all. I know that you guys want to be able to sort of like come in and give your person. Oh, Valina. Dang, I didn't even know if you were going to sort of be popping back into the space. The free list is already closed, my love. Yeah, we created the list when we came in to the space, just so that we can actually, I guess, get that all the way situated. So yeah, that part, Enchantress, that's funny. I love that. Yeah, don't know if Chaley's going to pop in as well, but she donated. I forgot to actually do a refund there as well. So if she doesn't pop in tonight, I'll do her refund as well. You are. You are. Sorry, can we talk about this then? I'm glad that you're open to it. We are going to unpack your question, but it seems that the guides, this is the first thing that they showed me with the situation with you. There's many different age groups. Basically, there were different traumas that you have that is feeding. It's a mask. Like this insecurity thing isn't actually like who you are. You're actually very extroverted, but for some reason your spirit's shy. You've got contracts basically with a shy spirit, but it's because you're an observer. And I feel like your tendency to be observant in situations has been, it's almost like it's been misused by this spirit that's kind of like, how can I put it? It's being misused by this spirit that's kind of creating this mask that, oh, there's an insecurity here. The truth is you're actually an extrovert, but sometimes you pull your energy back in order to be able to observe. And then also I can see that there's different ages of trauma. Like I said, 3, 7, and 9 seems to be the 3 ages that are standing out most on this mask, because the masks are built with like layers basically of trauma. But yeah, it's not you. Like, it was weird. I don't know if you saw me sort of like, yeah, that's literally. So you have trauma at 3, 7, and 9, where you were sort of like forced to observe what was taking place on these 3 timelines of like your stages of life, right? On these 3 timelines at 3, 7, and 9, you were kind of like, I have to say forced, because it seems like there were stuff that was like going on around you that you were just subjected to observing. I guess that's probably the best way that I can. So think about the changes that occurred in your life around about 3, 7, and 9, and you probably need to sort of do some work in those 3 sort of timelines, because it's creating this mask. And why I'm speaking to you about it is because this mask is almost like your ability to manifest is being deprived. It's being deprivated basically by this energy. I want to say by this entity essentially, because it is. It's kind of feeding off your energy. That's why it created this mask for you to be able to feed. It's like a lens that they create when they activate. But yeah, I'd say check in on those 3 different stages, because there's some stuff there that's causing you to hold yourself back, and not necessarily, because I think there's a belief that was sort of like happening. I ran into a wall as a child, and then at 9 I might have lost a family member or something. Okay. So this is something that hashtag they don't say when you go to like spirit camp. And I'm going to start making memes about spirit camp. Okay. When our loved ones transition and they obviously earn their wings, right, as angels. Also, the state of the life that they lived, basically good or bad, good and evil, you know, the whole context in terms of how we make decisions. They also come with their own shadows, basically. So when they do come to guide and protect us, it will kind of like also draw in shadows as well. So that may be why I'm sensing it as an entity, because it's something that is essentially feeding off your energy, and it's kind of like perpetuating these stories to cause you to think that you're insecure, but you're not actually. It's strange, and it's a little bit of I guess it's a bit of a shapeshifter as well. Fascinating. Sorry. I'm sorry. I love a good case study. My life is a case study. Life for me in general is a case study. Again, my lights are going crazy over there. I don't know if you guys like thing. The guys are laughing just because that was my response to the situation. But honestly, fascinating. Definitely go into those different stages and process, because what happens when entities attach or whatever, it's usually sort of like attached to unprocessed informations, right? And it depends on the layers of it. So I've told you like the 3 different layers at which this kind of like built upon itself, but that's definitely going to help you in whatever dynamic that you're dealing with, even in terms of romance as well. And I think that's probably why this question triggered that insight, because it's almost like we're going to go and unpack what's going on with the Zara situation, but I think that situation there also plays into how romance situation plays out for you as well. So yeah, it's almost like a, you know, like when you're trying to manifest something, that entity becomes active in the law of repulsion. So as you're trying to manifest something, then it will start to feed you thoughts of what you don't want, and then it will start to bleed like your fear, like, and feed off it, and then you start to perpetuate thoughts of what you don't want, and then such manifestations occur because they can't do anything. They actually just pretty much cause us to do what they want us to do, basically. Yeah, well, this is why, this is what is almost like your energy is going out there, but it's coming back in, and it's going out, but it's being pulled back in. It's because there's this interaction with this entity that may be feeding. It's a shadow, basically. It's a shadow that you have, but you have to process the things that you're actually insecure about. And basically, your vessel will no longer be a home for this type of spirit. It can't live inside of your vessel, basically. And even if it is dormant within your genetic sequence, once you change the blueprint, when it becomes dormant, you become more conscious of it. So you can actually sort of, I guess, because it attaches itself to your default. That's when we go through like ego deaths and we kind of like, you know, level up and stuff like that, right? They're saying helmet. They're saying, okay, I shall provide you. I'm gonna do a little thing for you. I'm gonna put you in a little head bubble for like 3 to 5 days. I'm gonna send some energy to pop you in a little head bubble for about 3 to 5 days of this first this month of November that's sort of coming, so that you can I guess gain a little bit of consciousness and this fog that is going on over your third eye, and it's kind of like bleeding down into other places, but it's mainly hovering around your third eye. That situation will kind of like clear a little bit. 3 days initially, you'll start to be able to sort of like get insight. So utilize the time, okay? I know you're in the right place. Don't worry, we've been practicing, okay? We're going to give you the hacks. We're going to give you the cheat codes. That's what we do here. That's why the guides want me to be able to kind of like, you know, trust me, my love. I share in all of the religious backgrounds. They're very useful tools. We don't discriminate over here, okay? We don't deal with favoritism. We're all about the law of abundance. They're all very useful information for us to have. It has been misused, however, so I understand. These things we must practice religiously, right, in order for us to become, like the whole Jehovah, the name means to become. So yeah, he causes to become. Sorry, he just corrected. He causes to become is what the name means. So we need all of these things. It's just really putting it all into context in how life actually is. We have to incorporate the mysticism, which requires metaphysics and science and all that stuff. But look, you're in the right place, okay? Start getting geared up for like this life stuff. Even if you ever sort of like come in and you miss something, there's always something to learn in these readings. Look at your question that you asked and look at where we are with the question. Do you see what I'm saying? And this is why I'm here for only 5 people tonight, because clearly the guides want to go deep. And that's cool. I can already feel the activation. I literally just felt that open of my neurology there. So yeah, they're pouring in information tonight and I'm here to open it and unpack it for you. But genuinely, what is going on with that space, I'm going to provide you with that little bubble. Sorry, they're bringing me back into the channel. I'm going to provide you with that little bubble just so that you can have some breathing space. Your soul can have some breathing space because it is it's navigating through some confusion by spirit, basically. And in that time, you'll be able to sort of start receiving downloads on certain things. So ask certain questions, okay? Ask questions to be able to provide you with insight when you start getting downloads. So basically, I'm creating a safe space for your guides to be able to speak with you openly. the downloads that they've been providing on certain things. I guess they're obviously bringing me and you into this space so that we can clarify some of the general information that you need to know so that they can continue to help you do other things, right? 3 to 5 days, okay? Tune in and let me know how it goes as well after the space, and let me know sort of like where you are. I'm going to do what I can because I can already see this entity. I'm going to do what I can to assist you with an exorcism, okay, remotely. Just be open. But I'm going to do it after the 5-day window is finished, okay, just so that everything's sort of come down. I'm going to do it on the 7th day. Okay, it's essentially a rebirthing process that's going to occur, but that would be your part of the homework. I guess we're going to be going deep tonight, guys. Dang. Y'all, we've only just got started. Okay. Hey, Ash, Scenaria did sort of say that she donated. We are actually only doing new subscribers only tonight, Scenaria. And I presume they meant that for the donation list as well, but I see that you are here and we appreciate you. So I'll do your question. If you don't mind, I will take another person off the free list before I come into your question, if that's okay, Scenaria. It's just the guides are sort of like asking me to organize certain things in a certain type of way with this situation. So hopefully that's okay. Somebody's guide just came in. So yeah, I guess J22, their guide really wants to be able to sort of discuss whatever it is, especially after seeing what just happened with Ultra Ego Wisdom's insight as well. So if that's okay, Scenario, we'll go with J. 22, and then we'll sort of come to you as someone on the donation list who is present. I think Chaley donated. I don't know if she's going to stop in tonight. The space has been weird there for like a while, and I don't necessarily, I can see all the triggers and I see all the demons and I see all the stuff that's kind of like playing out there, but like it's kind of being projected, and I don't know how to be able to peel back some of the layers of those things as well. So I don't know what that may be tonight, if Chaley is going to pop in or not, but we'll sort of like follow up with that. That's okay. Sorry, the list was prepared after the live started. Whoever showed up first made the list. Yeah, that's actually sort of where we are with this little situation. But ultra egoism, let's go and dive into it. Okay. Actual question. Okay, talk to me about the situation with Zara. J22, are you still here as well? BTW. Just so that I can understand where we are with the list situation as well. Okay, so how does Zara feel about ultra ego wisdom? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I'm assuming that you're still typing ultra ego wisdom, because it's kind of like a ... What they're showing me generally on the situation, is there a little bit of a shift in those dynamics? Are you guys sort of still working? Okay, a certain situation happened which stopped us from talking. That's precisely it, because I'm seeing separation. We've got a heartbreak. We've got the and that's on the present trajectory. So that's why I wanted to see what that was about, which stopped us from talking. And ever since then, we've been seeing each other once a month. Okay. It might not be a coincidence. Okay. Yeah, well, it's interesting that you sort of like put that across, because I think that this is, I guess, a soul contract fulfillment that's kind of like taking place at the minute. It seems as though the way that this situation started essentially was through a renewal, right? There was a connection that was taking place when you guys initially started, because you guys were both in different places, but I think something shifted. Ah, this is the thing that we were talking about then. This is the thing that keeps repelling. Okay, I see. We aren't talking at the moment because it's like we've been seeing each other around town and marketplaces. Yeah, because you're learning at the minute. Like at the minute, you guys are sort of like understanding how, I guess, things got a little bit like cold. I think this is interesting. And in my heart and soul, mind and heart tells me that she is my soulmate. Well, you guys have a soul contract that's actually sort of like playing out at the minute. I think there's a deep learning that's taking place at the minute here with you guys as well. There are some and thoughts in my head tell me that how I could have met her prior to now. I'm assuming that's kind of like what you're putting down in another life, right? Because it seems like you guys definitely have a soul contract that's sort of playing out. SB, that's my initials. That's what's up. I like you already just for that. But no, the free list is closed, my love. Donation list is open, but there's only 2 spots left because my girl, well, technically 1 spot because Chaley already donated, but we're going to sort of see. We're going to say 2 slots are available, but that's about it, my love. Sorry. We're going to be doing this again. We're going to try and do this next Tuesday. Don't hold me to that, but I am going to try, okay? For new subs only, because for some reason I can't stop having her off my mind. Yeah, well, there seems to be some stuff that's sort of taking place at the minute with you guys. One thing that's definitely playing out is like learning how to manage one's emotions. So I think what you were speaking about definitely was a miscommunication. By the looks of it, it seemed like somebody basically flared up and they had an eruption, is the best way that I can put it. And eruption of bad behaviors, they're saying, an eruption of bad behaviors. Somebody isn't a great listener. And I think that that's what ultimately caused the they're a little bit stubborn. So I think that that's what caused the distortion of the information in the first place, which is what caused the miscommunication in the first place with you guys as well. So interesting. Let's sort of have a look. As far as the, I guess, feelings towards you, they're heartbroken by the separation that you guys are navigating at the minute. I guess they can feel a pulling as well. And I think it's something that they're sort of trying to understand and learn about themselves as well. But I think that they're also trying to sort of learn about how to be in this dynamic with you as well. Oh my God, the downloads are coming through. I'm sorry, guys. The static that is on my head right now, I can't deal. Sorry. Literally, they just opened this whole portal on this side of my mind. I can feel it. Sorry. I told you guys, I'm that human that narrates everything that's going on with my body. I'm stubborn and I will keep it real. She told me that she was in a relationship and I left it alone. Okay. 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 This is the stubborn thing then. Okay. Interesting. There's still a connection there, and I think that that makes things very, very complicated for them as well, because there is a little bit of a heartbreak about the connection being lost. Because I think you guys basically like brought a lot of joy to each other, and this is another thing that I'd say to you, right? Um, I'm not gonna say like sometimes we sort of like romanticize, but that's how they're giving it to me. Sometimes we kind of like romanticize the dynamics of the feelings that are sort of like coming up. This particular person, when I say soul contract, right? So what I mean is that like people come into our life for, as you guys know, seasons and reasons, right? Some are long-term seasons, some are short-term reasons. And I think with the dynamic of the situation, one of the things that they're showing me about this soul contract is that this is a dynamic about slow moving slow on situations, not sort of like jumping the gun on certain things. But it's interesting. There's definitely a missing of the connection. Um, yeah, obviously you wanted more of that connection in a different sort of dynamic, but the connection was what it was because there was a genuine sort of care there, and I think that that was the thing that you needed. Sorry, my lights keep blinking. I don't know if you guys can see this shit because I don't know how well it's computing on camera, but the dynamics that you kind of like navigated with Zara was actually there to sort of like teach a little bit of a learning situation for both of you guys as well. They would be open to awkward friendliness. Yeah, because they were talking about it. They were talking about it, y'all. They were talking about it. They were like bringing it in. But yeah, the situation. And I went through a period where I would cry over her because I still care about her till this day. Well, this is the thing. That's what I mean. Like, there's a genuine connection that's there. And I think it was like the friendship, right? That was it. Don't be scarred, girl. Listen, we deal with hauntings over here on a regular, okay? We are the haunted, but we like it. It's cool. It's nice spirits. They're friendly. Mainly our guides, you know? Trust me. They're out here. They want to like talk and let it be known that they're here as well. I've been having conversations with them about like if they want to be more visible as well, because Spirit's doing something about basically thinning the veil even more between the physical and the spiritual realm. And spirits are basically being given assignments to play their slot in the awakening of this manifestation, basically. It's going to be lit, y'all. Sorry, I'm just saying. Matter, we can just do this all the time. And it would be normal as well, PCW, okay? But it's going to take a minute to get there. I never felt that way. I felt for anyone else, but with her, it opened my mind. And I can imagine because that's what she was there for, to be able to kind of it's not even just your mind, she opened your heart in a different dynamic, right? Her energy is very it's very light, like her vibrations of light. She has her vessel in general is quite a pure, she's got a lot of innocence to her, still, just in the way that she sort of like navigates stuff. And I guess that that was something that you needed to be able to experience at the time that she showed up. I do think that this is something that, you know, the friendship for yourself would have been able to continue to teach you a lot more about certain just situations, because I think that they would have been able to sort of be a great tool, I guess, for your angels to be able to utilize as well, because our angels utilizes the people around us to be able to communicate messages a lot of the times as well. You ever have those moments where you feel like God's basically speaking to you, like personally through a person, and you're like, dang, I was just talking about that. Yeah. Those moments, obviously, God uses the angels to be able to do what he needs to do. He only lifts a finger when he needs to. They say he, but it's a feminine presence projected in a masculine form. But yes, it's definitely something that needed to take place in order to be able to give you an opportunity to go through a renewal. Sometimes I would go to sleep and she would appear in my dreams because there's still some unresting going on there in both of you guys' soul on the situation, because I think that miscommunication was foul play. This is what I was talking to you about, that spirit situation. The stubborn thing that you spoke about, figure that out, okay? And these are some of the things that I was talking about when we kind of like make our vessel a home and a host for these types of presents. They'll linger, basically. So work on the stubbornness. The stubbornness is a great quality to have because we basically need it for determination. It's like that chariot energy is where we can activate motivation from within, like intrinsically, as opposed to like waiting for external motivations to extrinsically motivate us. But yeah, misused and misguided, it can basically be detrimental to us. So I'd say work on little things like that, like finding life is about balance. Like everything's about balance. If one thing is literally off 1 degree, trust me, Saturn's taking notes, and Neptune and Jupiter are going to figure out when they're going to pay you back for that. And Pluto's just going to like decide to watch from the subconscious. Sorry, I'm joking. I'm just saying though, seriously. That's kind of like how all of this stuff goes down. Hey, Ajaz. Spiritually, I feel like she knows. I think of her. And the same with me. Definitely, definitely, because you guys are basically having telepathic communication. You know how they talk about like emotional cheating being a thing? Like, is mental cheating a thing as well? Because we need to be having those conversations as well, because people go and visit their exes all the time, like mentally and stuff, right? Sidebar. But yes, with the situation, I think that this is something that they're actually just learning. They're learning about how to navigate a situation like this. I think the separation is a little bit unnerving for them as well. But I think for them, obviously, the situation just kind of is what it is. You can, Ajaz, you can donate. I thought the donation situation was going to be for new subs only as well. But it seems that they're sort of like, yeah, I'm figuring it out as I go along with this process. This is a new thing. They just told me to get in here and it will unravel itself. So I'm learning. Okay. One time I went out to the streets and I vented my feelings are good for you. Best to get it out than kind of like leave it inside. It festers and causes illness. We don't want it. Not at all. But yeah, let's go and just unpack it a little bit more in essence, right? And see about the thinking of you. That's a given. I already answered that question. You guys are visiting each other. I think it feels a little bit unresolved with the two of you guys, which is why I think it's kind of showing up that way. I felt like I had to vent it all out to the spirit guides around me. Yeah, and trust me, they are the best for it. They take it and yeah, they kind of like transmute the energy. And that's exactly what they're there for. So good use on that, because that's exactly it. That's what they're there for. Just like how God uses them to be able to like, fulfill certain things, they're also there for us to be able to utilize them to fulfill certain things. We're supposed to actually set them goals. So that's what they're designed for, basically. Like they're designed to do in order for things to become. That's their part in the process of manifestation. But great work. Great work. That's what that is. Let's get a little bit of context in terms of how Zara's feeling towards Ultra Ego. Yeah. There's an attraction, 100%. 100%. There's an attraction. And I think it's obviously it's one of those things where it's not necessarily a safe situation. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, sorry, I was reading what was going on in the chat. Obviously, they know that it's not necessarily like a safe situation for them to be having these feelings of attraction. But also at the same time, it's kind of like, what does one do with these feelings? So it's a little bit of an internal sort of like conflict and battle. Like I said, there was heartbreak about the separation because that connection isn't basically being fed anymore. But obviously, the connection was growing into something more than just like friendly and casual. And that was also scary as well, which is, you know, why I guess you guys kind of like, oh, where you guys are as well, you're all being respectful as well. We saw each other 2 weeks ago. I was with my friends and I saw her with her man. Yeah. Well, she's definitely attracted to yourself, and I think the connection that you guys kind of had. Yeah. Oh, this is tricky territory because there's feelings there, and even in the space of your absence, those feelings are growing. So, yeah. Okay, how do you see things playing out with this situation moving forward? Answer me that, because I think that's what we want to know. And in a way, she was hurt about it as well. Oh. And it was like I felt like it hurt me when I saw her and she kept looking back at me. And in a way, she was hurt about it as well. Yeah, because it was a different situation. And this is the thing, because this is where it gets tricky, right? You guys kind of like opened each other's heart chakras, for lack of a better way of putting it, towards each other. It wasn't just like a physical attraction, like feelings were involved. And I oh, Clover, it takes as long as it takes to sort of get the information out. I'm sorry, my love. I already heard that from someone's guide, so thank you for letting me know it was your guide. I heard it about 3 minutes ago, like deep out there in the back. So clearly your guide sort of like sat there waiting their turn, but don't worry, you can always sort of leave the room and sort of come back. Just ask your guides to make sure they get you back here in time for your reading. Essentially, that's what that is. That's why people miss their readings. That's why we've got this extra space. You'll realize. But I'll do my best, okay, to move through the process because I can hear the guides out there sort of getting rattled. Okay. So yeah, with the situation, before she came in my life, I never felt this way before. So it was like the universe wanted me to meet her and feel the way I feel about her. Definitely 100%. It was important to be able to open your heart on those levels because I think with this, I guess, shit, she brought you here to ask this very question, you know, to unravel a lot of the other stuff that's actually sort of going on. You're about to get an exorcism as well. Just randomly, I'm probably going to do it around about 3 o'clock because that's literally when the angels come down to, they call it the bewitched hour, but it's actually when the angels come down to collect prayers, like in between the midst of dawn and dusk, basically. So yeah, that's what that is. It does take some time, that part, Mina. But yes, we're going to close out the space. Give us 2, whatever it's going to take. Right. How do you see things playing out for these guys moving forward, guys? I just let the guys channel for as long as they need me, my love. That's why. when they finish doing what they're doing, because they're trying to speak to like their human and deliver certain information, a certain sort of context, and they're not able to do that. By the time they come to me, they have like a good 20-minute reel just going off. So it takes a while sometimes. But yeah. Okay, so show me. Oh, thank you. I do see a positive future between me and her. Yeah, well, I think what's kind of like going on right now is kind of giving you guys an opportunity to be able to kind of decide exactly what that looks like. Because I think that these feelings that she has and the yearning seems to be both ways. It's not a one-sided thing. So those visions and dreams that you're having of her, those things are occurring for her in different ways as well. Trust me. And she can't necessarily put a finger on it herself either. But it seems like moving forward, interestingly enough, you'll be releasing this shadow. Ah, okay. Your exorcism's obviously going to be able to sort of like assist. Would you be open to friendship right now? And I say that because that's all her circumstances has the capacity to permit. However, I wouldn't necessarily encourage one to sort of like stick around in the background, presuming or hoping for more. It's in terms of like shifting things to more of a romantic setting. They're saying that to me in the situation because they're like outside of that desire, I guess, of the human and their need for connection. This dynamic between the two of you is actually it's very useful to both of you guys' power and your power ups together. It's very interesting because both of you guys are essentially a bit of a catalyst for each other. Yeah, okay. Well, there'll be room for friendship. There'll be room for friendship. I don't think that there's room for anything else right now, and I think that that's based on circumstances, but I think that that could potentially change depending on how Saturn plays the cards, basically, depending on how strong the relationship is. When Saturn starts to do certain things, it might get a little bit tricky. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to sort of get an understanding. Right, so any idea about reconciliation? Okay. Okay. Okay, so the details are in the description, Ajaz. I feel like I'll be able to control myself, and if me and her could talk again, I will tell her that I can respect her and whatever her wishes are. One thing I learned is patience. Well, that was the thing. I think that both of you guys coming together had the ability to grow. I think that that was more so the intention for this connection, which is why they keep telling me about the not romanticizing it, essentially. With the soul contract, I think that this is somebody that is basically going to be able to water seeds that had already been planted, you know? So, yeah. Overall, do we see reconciliation in friendship? Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 There could potentially be how can I put it? There could potentially be an opportunity for you guys to actually have a conversation of resolve. It seems like it's more so you instigating the conversation because I think, again, this is what I was speaking about in terms of the growth thing. You being able to sort of, I guess, come forward, activates a spirit of bravery. There's courage. There's so many different levels of ascension in there. Yeah, I do see reconciliation in friendship. And I think that that's the space that you guys sort of like stay for a while. The romantic side of things, that is, I guess, up to you guys, but it's for both of you guys to decide. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think the friendship aspect on the situation, I'm not going to lie, is dangerous because there is an attraction and the chemistry between you guys is strong and it's magnetic. So it could potentially be harmful to her relationship, but that is, I guess, what she decides to risk if she goes into said friendship with you, and having to be able to manage herself as well. So do we have a timeline on that friendship reconciliation, guys? Okay, she's going through reconsiderations at the moment. The opportunity will come moving forward. Okay. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. She still has some stuff that she has to work through with herself as well, in terms of basically being able to convince herself that she's going into this on friendship level, because she knows technically deep down within herself it's more than that. So yeah, I think that this could potentially turn around within the next 7 to 8 weeks. Okay. Yeah. That's why I said within the next 7 to 8 weeks. I think it's something that's going to be sort of like coming down off the offset of the end of this year. So yeah, that's where we are with everything. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. We're gonna go and thank you, Ajaz. Okay, so we're gonna go and start getting into some of these questions at the minute to really sort of get some stuff out. We're going to give, because this is, I guess, a space essentially for new subscribers, we're going to give the newbies an opportunity to get seen. So how we're going to be doing it, I'm going to go to, we don't have Chaley here for her donation slot, so I'm going to go to another free, which is J22, and they're here as well. I think you're still here, Jay, so you can start typing your question. And then we're going to go to a donation, and then we're going to go to a free, and then we'll go back to a donation, if that's okay. Because we kind of have to, I guess, create and allow space. The guides keep, like, I wouldn't say arguing, but there's definitely a debate. Definitely a debate. So yeah. I had thought in my mind that she never really had feelings towards me. Yeah, there's an attraction there. And I think that one's fighting the brewing of feelings, right? That's okay. Give me some details, girl. That's what we're here. Oh, Enchantress. Oh, I guess that's it. That's okay, Enchantress. I'm sorry you missed it, Mama. I need to start maybe getting some of these readings out earlier in the daytime. I tell you what, maybe I'll try and do a daytime reading on the weekend. I'm not going to promise anything, but we'll see how that goes. Maybe on Sunday, because I've been thinking about what about the people. So you just answered my question. What about the people around the world that have a completely different time zone? Sorry, tune in on Sunday, just for you. Okay, I literally just opened another day in my, exactly. Tune in on Sunday. I'm gonna do like a situation on Sunday, earlier in the daytime, probably around about 5-6, so that, yes please, and thank you for bringing in that window of opportunity that I didn't see, but I've been querying about. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to find some insight and get clarity. I appreciate you. Right, guys, so let's go and dive into it. Aria, what is up? How are you doing? Yeah, the free list tonight is for new subs only. We're sort of getting new people into the family, Aria, my love. But on Friday, I'm still gonna do our little space, and yeah, I might be back in these streets with a list of 5 again on Sunday to kind of keep it nice and short to start the week. But let's go and dive into J22's question. Okay, I think the question's here. And let's see. My ex Max and I recently connected again. Sorry, let me go. Scenario as well. Are you here, Mama? Because I haven't seen you in the chat for a minute. I don't know if you're kind of like here, but just being discreet. Start getting your question ready soon because I'm going to come to you next, and then I'm going to go to Alfred, and then I'll go to Ajaz, and then Clover, and then we're just going to close out the space because it seems like it's already a long one today by the looks of it, because the guys want to go deep on certain things, and obviously where I'm just getting to know people's files, they're like the downloads are real. Like literally I had to take off my little, like when I first started, that I felt my crown activating so much, there was a hat attached and I had to take that off, and then I had to take this off because the static is real. Anywho, let's go and dive into it. My ex Max and I recently connected again. We've been broken up for 2 years. He said he's never stopped loving me, but I don't know. Yeah, I hear you on that. Okay, I'd like to know what his true intentions towards me are, and definitely that's the question to ask. He got with his best friend after we broke up, so yeah, I wasn't happy. Yeah, I can imagine. That's not, the place you want to be with a situation like that. And it got messy, so now he's back. I don't know what to think or what he actually wants, so would love clarity. Yeah, this is a place for it, beautiful. Okay, firstly, let's have a look and see, why is Jay back? Like, why is he back first? Max, let's get some insight. Max is here for Jay. Why? I know you guys say don't ask why. Yes, I know that's the story has to play itself out. But okay, what is the purpose? Don't get smart, sorry. By having a team quabble. Sidebar. What is the purpose of Max revisiting Jay's life at this particular stage? Give me some insight. Oh. Oh, snap. Okay, it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing, girl. It's a whole thing. Okay, sorry. I've got to grab some cards because we had a lot of flyers. They all ran. These 3. Okay. And these 2. Okay. Interesting. First of all, Trouble in Paradise. I'll tell you that much. One of the things that was happening is that there was a little bit of combativeness. So this is what happened. Things were cute, I guess, in the friendship space for him and the best friend. But relationship space was a completely different dynamic for them. Actually, they got very combative in ways that they didn't anticipate. Oh, thank you on the lipstick comment as well. Glad to know that you're still here as well, Alfred. Don't know if Sonaria is still here. She didn't answer to her stuff a couple of times, so I'm not sure if she's still here, but I can do a refund if she's not around. She'll probably pop back in soon enough as well. But yeah, so one of the things that I'm seeing with the situation is that they had been navigating through some, well, I can't say they because this is his class and his things to learn. He had been navigating through some of his issues with her tendency to be opinionated. And I think, for all intents and purposes, he felt like it was very controlling. And I think he felt like it was overbearing a little bit. And I think that's when he started to, I guess, appreciate the space that he had with yourself, because it wasn't necessarily that type of dynamic. You were actually, I wouldn't necessarily always say a team player, because they're like, you had a tendency to do your own thing. So for the most part, sorry, I'm like in two channels. Yes, Aria, we've got one slot left on the donation slot, and then that's it. It's going to be closed out. And then the list is completely closed. Um, I just had to keep it real with you, Jay. So I'm glad that you can sort of be open. You know, we just have to. I think what he did appreciate about the situation, however, is the fact that like you were direct with it and you were real with it, and you kind of like, even if he didn't want to hear it, you'd probably communicate it anyways. Whereas I think he felt like the dynamics with this person was a little bit it was a little bit sneaky and conniving in ways, basically. Like he's learning that this person has the ability or had the ability to withhold things. He didn't think that they were like that because he was basically thinking that he was going to be getting into a relationship with his best friend, but that's not how it works. I literally was talking to the guys about this just in the last live. Once you get into relationship and you have the title of relationship, you start going to relationship class. So all of your stuff then actually, you know, all of the stuff that you observe becomes what you have to navigate through to basically like manifest the better, I guess, for self. But yeah, that's exactly it. She's very sneaky. She is very sneaky. And I think he got a bit of a reality check once he realized that, because he did like the fact that like, okay, he didn't like it when he was in it before, right? The fact that you were like, you would be blunt about stuff that, you know, I guess it felt like he didn't want to know about or didn't necessarily care about, but now he realizes that he does. Like, consider it a tendency to overshare. Okay. Before, that's what it felt like. You were oversharing, whereas now, after dealing with her, he feels like, oh my God, I'm in the dark. I'm being blindsided. Like, who is this person? Seriously. I don't know if it's true, but apparently she's always been obsessed with him from a young age. She was in a 12-year relationship, but obsessing over my man at the time. Girl, dang. Yeah. Oh my God. That's I don't want to say scary, because he shouldn't be, but he should, because I mean 12 years is a long time. But yeah, interestingly enough, like sort of like back to the cards, that is why he's here, mama. Okay. He went out there, threw the hook out, caught a fish, and realized he doesn't like that fish. It's not serving his appetite much. Okay. Um, Hey Ari, how are you doing, beautiful? I see we're matching the red lips tonight. Happy Halloween to you too, beautiful. Oh my God, he said that blindsided and said she's not who he thought she was. Exactly. Girl, I know, I'm telling you. That's literally it. That's literally it. He got blindsided. Who he thought that she was. Like, she was literally like being one person with him in the friendship, and basically like just cloaking herself in what she thought he wanted. But the moment that he no need to apologize, girl. I'm just saying. Listen, spirits are really out here, like listening to when you guys talk. Because when I come into these spaces, they are telling me what to be able to tell y'all. Okay, as far as like what's going on these cards, for the most part, it gives me an opportunity to tap into the space. But they literally, like, for the most part, give me the downloads. That's why I take all my stuff off so I can open myself up to receive the downloads and channels. I'm nosy. No, that's okay. That's okay, scenario. You're actually next. I was literally saying start prepping your question. Okay, Aria, okay, you are last on the list, and we are closing. I guess we're closing out the space. Who was it that I told to come back into the space or pop back a little bit later? I can't remember who it was. No, it wasn't Valina. My YouTube account. If they pop back, they can actually have Enchantress's place essentially because they came in after. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're growing the family, so I'm I'm being accommodating, being a nice little witch tonight on Halloween. You know. But yeah. So with the situation, Jay, he's back because he done learned a lesson, mama. He done learned a lesson about all the things that he thought that he would bicker with you about are now all the things that he is so grateful. Like, respectfully, that bee gaslit his ass so bad. I think he thought he was gonna go crazy. Okay. Um, but he survived, I guess. Okay. Forever changed from the experience. Okay, I can tell you that for free. Which is nice, it's cool. How do you feel about that though? Let me ask you that question. Because obviously he's back and it's good that he's learned these lessons, but is he going to keep retainment of these lessons? Do you see what I'm saying? Because sometimes people forget, you know what I mean? They start to get back into old habits very quickly. So how do you feel about the fact that, you know, he's back because of all of these things that he told you and I told you, basically validating what he done said, because that really is why he wants to like be out of that. Oh, yeah. How do you feel about it? Let me know. Whilst you're letting us know how you feel about it, I want to go and unpack another question. I'm not sure how to feel. I feel like he shouldn't have left if he loved me, but I'm immature like that. Why leave? He thought the grass was greener. Girl, we talk about that all the time here. The grass is greener syndrome ain't helping nobody. Okay, stick to the grass that you own. Mow your lawn. Okay, feed your plants. You might grow some stuff. It wasn't fake. He just didn't know what he had. I'll tell you that much. It wasn't fake because I think he did genuinely have feelings for you. I think his ego just got in the way a bit because, like I said, because you're blunt, these weren't necessarily things that he appreciated. So he had to go and learn what, you know, some of the benefits of that quality that you possess is. And she definitely taught him that, you know. I feel like well, that was, girl, you and me both. That was going to be my next question. I got the other deck ready and everything. That was going to be my next question because for your sake, I want to understand if she was already yearning over your man, she already had an opportunity to have him, would she still be in the same sort of like place if the situation was to basically replay again, and if a cycle was to repeat itself again, would you guys loop in the same sort of decision-making pattern? I think not, because trust me, she gaslit him very, very badly. And I think he has some trauma, seriously. All I'm saying, on the inside, like his soul's like this, raised eyebrows, like he's on some, huh? I really want to laugh out loud, but I have to keep it down for my neighbor Martin. But yes, he did not expect all of this. So we're going to check it out and see for her on the situation. Let me see, guys. Should this rekindling seed, he's asking for a truce. He's asking for a truce. And was like, come into my room. Yeah. You know, when he told me, I laughed. Yeah. Show me. Let me see. What will her intentions be moving forward? What will her intentions be moving forward? Thank you. Okay. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So, for the most part, it's interesting because I think she wants to basically get a little bit of, how can I put it? She wants to get notoriety basically for like playing the independent, I guess, role. She's gonna get some clarity on what that looks like for her. But this is a chameleon spirit moving through this woman. This is a chameleon spirit. It's a reptilian spirit in nature, but yeah, this is a chameleon spirit moving through this woman. And I tell you why I say that, right? Because basically, that's probably why he was dealing with that gaslighting on another level, because they tend to be like shape-shifting. They deal with a lot of deflective behavior. That's how you know when they're present. But she seems to be gearing up for her next mask, which she's going to play the Miss Independent role. And she's basically getting a little bit of clarity because she wants it to be like a situation like she left type thing, you know? And she's doing well. Like, so she's gearing up basically, and I'm not gonna lie, she has some tendencies, I guess, to cause a little bit of chaos. And she may also be thinking about how to do that from a distance, which is interesting. This is a chameleon spirit moving through this woman. Okay, so what do you want to do now that you know his true feelings, girl? That's my question to you. I'm going to ask the guides what they advise you to do, you know, but your life is your life. So having the details on the information, you're dealing with a reptilian spirit in nature, and you're dealing with somebody who basically was clearly sick with the spirit of ignorance because they had to go and learn real quick. But that's because this person, well, I don't think you can, my love. I'm not going to lie. I don't think you can. And I'll tell you why. When he was coming back in with the situation, it felt like he wasn't necessarily coming. He's learned, don't get me wrong, he's learned from the errors of his ways whilst he was with you. But what I didn't see was that he was coming in from a place of love, was that he was coming in from a place of like, he's more so looking for a refuge, my love. I'm just being honest. He's more so looking for a refuge from the trauma that he's experienced before, and this is a familiar space for him to take a minute to sit and breathe. To be fair, let's see what the guides say and close out the space for you. All right, guys. Scenario, start getting your question ready as well, Mama. What do you guys advise our girl Jane to do on this situation? Okay. Within the next few months. What's happening within the next few months? Sorry. That's how I felt. Just come back because I'm a safe space. Yeah, well, that's precisely it. That's precisely it. He's gone out there and experienced some trauma. Now he wants a place to be able to just get some peace for a minute. But I'm telling you, the qualities that he struggled with, because when that trauma wears off, like when the residual tension of that trauma wears off, because right now his nervous system's tight from experiencing all of that trauma, right, with all the gaslighting and everything being in the space. A few months of being in a safe space and releasing the tension and pressures like in his nervous system, like he'll forget. I just want to put that out there. He'll forget. So let's go and see what's going on in the next few months with this situation. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Victory in what context? Okay. Sorry, I'm getting all the information and insight so I can relate back. Okay. The anxiety is about a reunion. Okay. Ah. Yeah. 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 They're saying with this situation, I guess it's a bit of a let go thing. You already let it go anyways. Do you know what I mean? When you take your bin out to the curb, you don't go and pick it back up before the bin man come and take it, do you? No offense, I'm just saying. Love Max, awesome guy. He just blew it for himself, to be honest. What I'm seeing on the cards is that you're going through a process of basically releasing a lot of your own bondage, pretty much. I'm not going to lie. He was in bondage to this spirit, this little reptilian spirit that she had, and it fried his mind, literally fried his mind, and just played the wickedest games with him. Bam, 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 like just lots of deflection constantly. Yeah, you're over this a few months from now. It's not necessarily something that's kind of like holding you back, but it is a little bit of a challenge because it almost like will cause you to question, like, well, hey, you know, is there the possibility of change there? Potentially, maybe one day, likely, yeah, but this is not the right time at all. He needs to go through this space and he can't just keep attaching to people. Do you understand? Like, he actually has to, like, do his own inner work for himself as well, because that's what he's doing. He wants somewhere to feel safe, but sometimes we need some tower moments. Okay, everything just needs to come crashing down and falling apart so that we can break down and fall apart so that we can have our breakthrough. Okay, sometimes the stuff just has to break down firstly. But I see you, Mama, okay, in a place where this doubt, there is a spot for you, my YouTube account. I did say earlier. Yeah, I did say earlier. You get the last slot for Enchantress. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's okay. That's okay. You get the last slot. You're probably gonna have to go out and come back in and stuff like that before we get to you, but you get the last slot. Okay. Enchantress had to leave. But yes, um, you're so past this stuff in a few months. Okay. I'm okay, Kay. I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing, Mama? How's Halloween treating you? The little spirits are out here just trying to feed tonight whilst the veil is thin. Yeah, you're the last question, Mama. Yep, yep, that's it. You're the last question. But yes, to answer your question, um, I can imagine, beautiful. I can imagine. To answer your question, Jay, you'll be past this over the course of the next few months. I think that it's going to take him some time to like really accept that he's kind of like messed the situation up. But again, I'm going to say this to you, it's your decision to make. I don't judge. I'm just like, I'm always here to like assist a person in navigating through whatever decision that they make. That's my thing. That's what I'm here for. Okay. I just want to let you know the facts on the situation. Miss Madame over here is just gearing up her new mask. And she's going to project that energy somewhere. So if you do decide to go into this space, the first few months will be some turbulence of that dynamic. And yeah, if you basically choose self, you're in a different place. Yeah, you're a lot more grounded, you're a lot more cool, calm, and collected, and that would be the practical decision, essentially. Okay, but I hope that that was useful for you, my love. And thank you for coming to share space with us tonight as well. Right, scenario. So, do you mean if I deal with him, she'll interfere? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, girl. Exactly what I mean. It becomes a new battle in a different dynamic. So her covert competition that she was sort of like dealing with when she was with him, I guess, uh, is now something that will be a little bit more overt. Yeah. Don't worry, beautiful. Don't worry. Put it out there. Yeah, she's gonna be meddling for a little bit. Um, it's just, I'll tell you what it is. This female seems to be underdeveloped in a lot of different ways. She's just very immature in a lot of different aspects of herself. So she hides a lot and she keeps a lot. She's very deceptive because of that, basically, because she lies to herself. She's slightly delusional, so her Neptunian energy must be like way off balance. But yeah, because of that, she may have tendencies to basically be quite delusional, actually, like on another level, not like the average delusional, sort of like above average delusional. So yeah, that's what I'd say to you on the situation. She would definitely be looking to cause some confusion. Okay, that part. Yeah, girl, because that's how her energy shows up even in spirit. So trust it. Okay? Because I don't even know her. Okay? I'm telling you. Some people just are who they are. And that's just how they show up. That's how they read in general. That's funny though. That some of the same words he used to describe her, because those are the spirits basically that are literally coming through her. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go and dive into it, scenario, and then we're going to chop it up with Alfred. Okay, Alfred, if you're still in the room, don't worry, we're coming to you next, and then we're going to go to our girl, A Jazz. Listen, Jazz, trust me. These spiritual attachments, Oh, so real. I'm telling you. So let's get scenarios question up. So I want to know how Jason feels about me. I saw him the other day before he flew back to his city. We haven't been intimate for 4 years. That's the kind of fling we had. Okay. Let's get the next thing up. I'm going to start this because this is like a whole like thread of the tea. So I need to like start these. So if I need to go back, because sometimes my mind doesn't compute because I start going into channels already. We weren't able to hook up due to busy schedule. I finally saw him after 4 years. We kissed and I can't stop thinking about him. Why is that? Well, girl, because your body like knows that he's familiar. And also he wasn't necessarily out of your system. Help me understand, why did things fizzle out 4 years ago? Help me understand that. But we're gonna go and dive into the question. I'm gonna ask the purpose of that. Okay, so that we can get some clarity on that situation a little bit. Oh, thank you guys. Okay. Also, after we briefly, oh girl, I am keeping scrolling, girl. I see. Also, after we briefly hung out, I went back home and he texted me some freaky D stuff. Like, he didn't have that energy in person at all. Had to turn him down. Haven't heard from him since. Oh, men in the rejection classes. Oh, the ego is so fragile. Yeah. I made multiple comments. Oh, damn, girl. Yeah, I see. Oh, also, despite us living apart, he would constantly communicate with me through all these years. I never knew why until we had a open communication. So we stopped because I got into a relationship, okay? He told me that me and my ex weren't gonna last, which left me confused, laughed my ass off. Because I'm like, why would he say that if we're just freaking well? Because there's feelings involved. Mm, mm-mm. Yeah, there's feelings. Let's go and unpack those feelings, girl. That time. So let's get a little bit of insight. Oh, there's a spirit already here. I can feel their presence. So we're going to go and dive into that. Okay. Right. So, what is the purpose of Mr. X Freaky Link? Okay, because this ain't a sneaky link. No, that's go for it, beautiful. Go for it, because we're going to unpack it. What's the purpose? Okay. Thank you. Oh. Girl, he wants you. Like Hierophant wants you. Like traditional relationship wants you. He wants bondage with you, girl. He wants to be your ball and chain. Oh, I agree with you on that. Definitely has a sex addiction, okay? But he wants to do all that sexting with you, okay? Oh, girl. He might actually have, what's it called? An incubus attached to him. I hadn't. I had to learn how to manage my succubus, actually, who was attached to me. It was basically the way that my family on my paternal side done relationships. So yeah, I kind of this was a generational demon for me, unfortunately. Baby, he got a horse. I'm too small for all that. I can't with you. I No, y'all are my people. I'm telling you, y'all are giving me the most jokes. Oh, sidebar. When I leave here, I'm going to give the biggest belly laughs. My full on projection is going to be so awesome because I'm like holding so much of these laughters in my belly for the sake of Martin. But yeah, no. I just mean in terms of like bondage. I mean in terms of like a spiritual bondage. So he wants to essentially soul tie, for lack of a better way of putting it. Um, you know, I think for him it was something more, and perhaps was always that way. And I think he did. Yes, my lights just flashed. I don't know if you grasp that, but this is their way as well of being able to communicate when I'm sort of like they're validating something. They're like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, but he he grew feelings fairly quickly on into things. And I think that the feelings caught him a lot sooner than he was prepared for. So that's why the suppression situation was there, because he realized that maybe it wasn't a case that you guys were on the same page. Can I ask you this? How do you feel about like traditional relationship dynamic with him? Because I think ultimately that's actually what he wanted, to be fair. How do you feel about that? While you go and oh, do you know, it's literally making him cry. Okay, nightmares. Yeah, yeah. He wants to be a priority. I would need to know him more, and I hear you on that. I hear you on that. He wants to be your priority. Like that's the thing. He wants to be a priority of yours. Those are some of the things that are making him upset, actually. Okay, so he's here to be hubby. Hmm. What do we need to know about this intention? Not true, not true. In a safe space, you're a great communicator because you stop into space and you're perfectly fine here. Obviously, I think you're selective, depending on how open the other person may be, because then that gives you more freedom to be more you, really. And that's when you're able to communicate your most effective, actually. So I'd say you're a good communicator. I think in the right spaces where a person's able to communicate with you openly and not be too rigid. Like I want to text him and ask if he made it in safe, but I think I should leave him alone. Why? Why do you think that you should leave him alone, or why are you sort of sensing that you should leave him alone? I'm asking you this question because yeah, I sometimes wonder if I make him nervous or if he's just sort of nonchalant. I think it's something that you guys sort of like both navigate through. There you go. I was gonna say it's something that you guys both navigate through. I think you guys are both mirroring each other's anxiety on an emotional level. And I think that that is actually what you guys share in this space because the truth is he wants more than what he is getting or had gotten, right? Always wanted more. Sidebar. That was just an opportunity for him to be able to sort of like get what he could get at the time, right? But always wanted more. Girl, I have attachment issues. I'd raise hell with him, especially knowing he's a huge. Oh, girl. Well, it would be a good class for you to grow, I'm sure. You know, you would do the utmost. let me ask you this as well then. Do you have the capacity right now? Because you're manifesting quite a few things and a lot of changes in your life at the minute. Do you have the capacity right now for a relationship? Let me ask you that part, girl. He has a voice that necessarily, like when he had that he wants to see where things go. That is a time waster for me. Uh, he wanted to see where things go because he didn't want to seem too eager, actually. He didn't want to seem too eager. And it's so unfortunate, right? Because he basically shot himself in the foot, right? It's like a self sabotage. He didn't want to seem too eager. And instead, he made himself seem uninterested, which obviously now, see, he's the miscommunicator. Like, I don't have the capacity, to be honest. I need some deal with other headaches, that part. That part. Really see, I suck at this. No, you good, girl. You good. Okay. My lights are going off over there. Right. You'll be fine. I think that's why I asked the question because I don't necessarily think you have the capacity for a full blown relationship sort of like situation. But I actually think that if he's honest with himself, he wants more. They they do agree with the fact that he wants more in the situation and it's not just what it appears to be on surface, but he miscommunicated that he shot himself in the foot. You're funny though, I love that. Yeah, I think he has a fear basically of like commitment. That might be the reason why he isn't able to openly articulate because he doesn't like the idea of you being with somebody else, right? Um, he knows my story too. I was very defensive with him for a while until he told me genuinely was checking in to make sure I'm okay and not just saying, girl. But he's an addict. Well, he may have, that might be, so how can I put it? He might not be at a place where he's able to manage his cortisol dips to, because sex is basically like a coping mechanism a lot of the times whenever a person's, and men as well, generally, that's like their coping mechanism for anything. Oh, I've had a thought. Oh, I've done something today. Oh, like it goes because it's a direct dopamine hit, right? So yeah, it's more so his need for pleasure that he's addicted to, not actual sex. And I don't think that people realize that that's what that situation is and what they're sort of like doing in those things. That is just the act that brings that. They're actually seeking pleasure. So really all he would have to do is get better at his emotional management and actually like deal with moderating his dopamine hits in different ways, right? Because we think it's so funny that we're even having this conversation about addiction because the guides were schooling me earlier on the fact that like we think that we're addicts of stuff, but it's not us. It's spirits that are feeding essentially like through us, right? And he has like this pleasure seeking spirit that is basically being cloaked by the spirit of lust because that's the only way that he knows how to validate said pleasure or get said pleasure. Do you see what I'm saying? So it becomes like a positive and a negative all at the same time, basically, which is why then he would need to learn how to manage it because he's utilizing the spirit of lust basically to get said pleasure. So yeah. That's interesting though. How do you see the situation playing out then, guys? Let's have a look. How do you see the situation playing out? He does research for STDs. That's why I'm so intrigued. Very into. This might be where the spirit of lust attached itself to him. Then, he's in that environment. He's not an addict. He's just around this exact space that breeds the spirit of lust. That's all that is, actually. He's got an attachment, the spirit attachment, the spirit of lust. Okay, but thank you, because these are the things that basically like determines what spirits attach where. The environmental factors determines what types of spirits are present in those spaces. But yeah, he's not an addict. I mean, a given, but the spirit of lust that's attached to him is. Oh, he may very well have an incubus attached to him, being in that type of environment. That's the perfect breeding ground for an incubus, actually. Because incubus can only attach to men and succubus attach to females. When a person's confused about their sexuality, then it can be either or, in essence. So it gets a little bit tricky, actually. Yeah. That's okay, Melissa. Unfortunately, today wasn't for the regulars, actually. We are doing a reading for Scenario. That was a donation reading in the space. We're actually sort of working with the newbies tonight and giving them an opportunity to sort of like, you know, get their messages through from their guides. But I'll be back in the space on Friday, and I'm hoping to be in the space on Sunday earlier as well, to try and do this for people that are struggling to keep up with these timings. Because, yeah, the guides have basically let it be known. So the girl's working on it. But no, thank you. Tune in, beautiful. Tune in. We'll be around in these YouTube streets for a little bit. The situation moving forward, interesting. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. It's interesting. So, it's just that it's 2 a.m. where I am. Exactly. So I'm going to be working on that as well. I'm going to be working at optimizing for that variable. So I'll be here earlier in the day on Sunday, from like 5 or something, where it's much earlier in the day where you guys can, you know, it's like these times of your evenings basically, as opposed to 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m. I think I heard earlier as well when Enchantress was leaving. So don't worry, your guides are putting the details out there and I'm working on it. So Scenario, in terms of the situation moving forward, it seems that it's almost like he also asks me a lot of questions but doesn't talk about himself. I don't know what questions to ask him. I'm so awkward. Ask him the questions that you want to ask him, Mama. Firstly, it's not true that you don't know. Hi, Jessa. The free and donation lists are closed, my love. We're literally just working our way through the lists at the minute. I'm going to be here for a while as it is. But tune in. I'll be here doing this again on Sunday. On Friday, I'll be here again. Yeah. So, you do actually have lots of questions that you want to ask him. I think you are right about you being awkward. I think you're awkward about how you ask them. Exactly. Girl. You're awkward about how you ask them. It's kind of like, but bring all that energy, bring that vim, beautiful. Okay, so, because I know there's lots of questions that you have actually, but yeah, I think you'll get some insight into the questions, into him by asking the questions that you do have, because I can see there's at least 6 questions that's already on loop, ready to be fired from you to him. So I would say 6 or 7, actually. So I would say figure out a way to be able to sort of like relay those and communicate that. So it feels a little bit less awkward for you as you put it across. For sure, I want to know his whole life, but at the same time, I don't want to think about him like, wow, see, this is the part where because he's already like familiar with your body as well. And okay, so you asked, like you just said, and I'm going to put this into perspective a little bit. You said that you just want some D, right? Um, who better to bring that to than an incubus? Oh, no. Okay. We put the prayers out there, and whoever's a willing heart shows up. So was so funny because when they showed me that, literally, it was like they're saying to me, "This is why you feel the way that you feel. Like that's the spark. That's the spark." Like they're showing me that's what's plugging you guys together because you have that desire and he has the desire to meet that need, basically. So. Why are you constantly thinking about him? That's why, because you asked for something and he's here to deliver all the inches of it, mama. Okay. The timing wasn't even right. Like that pissed me all off. Girl, I'm telling you, for sure wanna know. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I think it's because obviously because you have he flew back to his city. Hey Jazz said Greg. I can't with y'all. I can't with you guys. Jazz said faster than Amazon. Trust me, quicker than that Amazon Prime, okay? I get with you guys. Oh, dude. Okay. So that's probably okay, girl. I'm gonna say this to you. Okay, I'm going to say this to you. Potentially because of, I guess, the way in which this prayer was being answered. Okay. I guess like there was some resistance on your end as well. What were you resistant about? Because it seemed like you started manifesting it. He showed up, but then you kind of like repelled. So what was it? This is so funny. That I'm laughing. I am laughing because I live with my parents and he wanted me to be out late. Okay. Okay. And I get that. I get that. Okay. Okay. That would be a bit tricky. Yeah. Yeah. And I hear you there. Right? They brought you a whole incubus because they were looking to hook you up, girl. Like a whole situation. And he was busy with his alumni fraternity duties. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because they're showing me that with the situation. Sorry, you guys are tickling me. No, but serious stuff, right? You asked and they brought you like the best at it as well. Like nothing like an incubus. Like they are optimized in that class. They have learned every fiber of the human body to be able to like, because they feed off pleasure, basically. That's their thing. But it's pleasure through sex. But yeah, it seems like moving forward, because that was one of the things that I sort of like I pulled the cards to have a look and see how the situation sort of plays out for you guys. The energy generally continues to be pretty. I think you have lots of resistances, my love. I'm not gonna lie. I think you have lots of resistance because what I was seeing is that, oh, if this isn't a situation, then this is an issue, and I think that that was what basically blocked the D. Yeah, yeah. Um, okay. I think, okay, if you're saying that this is something that you're looking to manifest, right? Um, One thing that I will say, okay, when one goes with an incubus, well, it's just scattered energy. That's what they're showing me. Like the energy between you guys just seems to be very scattered. It's almost like things kind of they start to align but don't. They start to align but don't. So what I was saying to you is that that may be the scattered energy in itself. It may be something that's sort of like coming internally from yourself because it's like, oh, I want it, but I don't want to be out till a certain time. Oh, I want it, but I don't want it in this. Do you understand? So then the universe has to like pull it back and then take two, take three. Do you understand? How many scenes is it going to take to shoot the scene to your exact expectation? You see what I'm saying? So, because of those factors, I'm like putting it across, right? Because of those factors to the situation. And I was going to tell you something about the incubus, so don't let me forget that as well, right? Because I don't want you to not get this information. Because if you don't, like I said, they're the best at the class, right? But if that person doesn't have that spirit managed, that spirit can attach to you. And an incubus doesn't attach to a, how can I put it? An incubus who that attaches to a quote unquote straight or heterosexual female would metamorphosize into a succubus, basically, to be able to it sounds so weird, but it will basically open itself up to be able to feed based on the hard drive that it's feeding from. Because you're a female, the incubus feeds from going within, the succubus feeds from receiving, right? So that's just one thing that I have to put across there because these things are real, okay? And, you know, sometimes people may not necessarily have a sex addiction, but they do sleep with someone who potentially just doesn't necessarily have as many boundaries as they do with intimacy. And then from there, that person starts to get basically all of these spiritual attachments and stuff like that. So that's just something that I had to put across there as well. Okay. What do you say? I feel like I already got one. Hell, I just don't act on it. On that part, okay. Generally speaking, as well, like a lot of these things will be predetermined, basically based on our lineage hard drive. So our susceptibility to some of these spirits, basically, if like people in your family had like no boundaries when it comes to intimacy or had strict boundaries when it comes to intimacy, it will determine where you gauge on the space and the situation. Obviously, when you're off balance, that becomes like because the incubus and succubus are sex demons, so that becomes a demon in essence, right? Because it's an off balance manifestation of self. But yeah. Oh shit. Ajaz says he has a sister, question mark. Obviously because, you know, that's her flavor, okay? Girl said, I want me a whole succubus. You're funny. You're funny. Jazz, he might, girl. I have no idea that part as well because you guys, you said you were still sort of getting to know him. So This is my thing to you, right? He has issues with commitment, but he also doesn't like to share. So that was probably what I was picking up. He may not actually be into the traditional role as such, because I think because of his commitment issue, he wouldn't actually be able to abide by the laws of that, actually, especially not in a monogamous situation. So I can't, I can't with y'all. Oh, snap. Girl. He just said, yeah, okay. Her succubus is on vacation and she is recruiting. Okay. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing, right? Because of that dynamic. So why don't you guys just want to I can't with you guys. Hold on. Okay. So neither of you guys want to share and you want intimacy. So you technically want an exclusive situation, but you don't want to call it that, right? Sorry, because I have to feed it back. So maybe you're matching his commitment phobe energy as well. You got some commitment phobia, girl? Huh? That's okay, Jazz. You good. Y'all tickle me. But no, seriously. No, I can commit. I don't stay in cheating relationships. Okay, I hear you there. I hear you there. But okay, if he doesn't like, because you're saying you don't want, like, you don't have capacity for like a full-blown relationship right now. You just want the benefits of the relationship without the relationship, right? I hear you there. So that's why I said I'd raise hell, because he don't play with me. I hear you there. I hear you there. I hear you there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is scattered energy anyways. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mama. I don't necessarily see things sort of like developing in this very open space. I'm not gonna lie. The energies doesn't necessarily seem all the way aligned. And again, it's some of those things that we were speaking about. He doesn't meet the full, I guess, package. No pun intended. He doesn't meet the full package of what it is that you're looking for, in terms of certain aspects of his own personal character development. So those things are going to cause some, because he meets the need criteria, but he doesn't meet the rest of the criteria to be able to facilitate the need being met. Do you see what I'm saying? So no, I just want the D. That's all. I just want the horse, and that's it. I just need a good pounding so I can go on with my life. And I hear you there, beautiful. I hear you there. I think the situation there, would you be okay with the fact that he may be pounding others? Because I know you said you don't want cheating, but is it cheating if you're not in a relationship? Let me ask you that. Because I'm asking you all of these things because that's how these trickster spirits work. And the succubus and the incubus are trickster spirits, like, because they want what they want and they will use the human to get what they want when they want it, if the human will let them. Okay. If a human's like still unconscious to their sexual patterns, then yeah, they'll just use them and take host of the human instead. I get with Ajaz. Ajaz said, get that head, get that bread, then leave. I can't. Oh, you guys are tickling me. I know he is. I don't care about them as long as he's clean. That's all I care about. Okay. He puts the C in community. That's why it won't work. Oh my days, I can't with you guys. No. And I hear you on the situation, right? What I will say in this space is I got him to send me a video of him and someone else. Okay. Did you get jealous? Did it trigger any feelings? Yes, the neighborhood, okay, the whole community. Imagine we had a restaurant and the waitress comes up and he done hit. I would Oops. No, I didn't at the time. It was hot. No. Okay. And I get you on that. Okay. Okay. I see. Mm, still some scattered energy in this space, my love. Listen, if you want this from this little incubus, okay, and you decide that he's the person that's going to get the job done, I would say that you may need to, because you're basically causing resistances based on some of the things that you're not entirely happy, I guess, with about the situation. He's also in a different state. That's definitely going to be tricky. Yeah, I see white scattered energy. Okay. Do you see this manifesting? Like, this energy here. Do you see it manifesting tangibly? Give me some insight, guys. Thank you. Oh. Okay, girl. And what they said is, okay, ask for help from others. It shall manifest. There's an incoming sign, I guess. You'll get information about when he's coming back into town and stuff like that, but I think it's going to be a minute. Of myself, what the card look like. Yeah. No, not an explosion. This one was an angel as well. Just saying, yeah. Just saying, yeah. A firm yes as well, actually, like with exclamation. He knows I'm leaving in January as well. Okay. Okay. Well, do you have a timeline for this then, guys? Yeah, can you give me a timeline, please? Okay. Oh, no. Ah. Okay. Okay, so it's going to happen this year. But it's going to be at least beyond 3 to 4 weeks, but still happening within this year. So that's the timeline we got. Oh, girl, I didn't even the same angel. See, I got an incubus attack. Yeah, okay, that part. But it's likely to happen. There's still some stuff basically, because there's some stagnancy with the energy, based on some certain things that you're not see the angel. Okay, I didn't even see the angel. I got a incubus attachment. That part. Oh, you're too funny. All I saw was water exploding and the letters. Yeah, yeah, girl. There wasn't even any water in the picture, girl. How you got there? Are you talking about the wet emoji? That's too funny. But no, look, it's gonna happen this year. I guess sort of he might be back around about Thanksgiving. And I'm sure you might have some things to give thanks for, so keep us posted on that part. But I hope that that was useful for you nonetheless, because it seems like there's some bits to the situation. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Girl, I may be gone around Thanksgiving. Oh, dang. Dang. Oh, I can't with y'all. Do you know what? I was thinking about sort of getting this sex deck in, the sex tarot deck in. That's it. We're gonna make it work. It's listen, it shall. Alfred, I've started your question. Okay, don't worry, I've got your question. Okay. What is your next question scenario? Did you already ask the question in the process of unpacking this? Or was it? You should, that would be interesting. I should what? What did I say? I say a lot of things, yeah. No, only the one question. Well, we unpacked that and unpacked that some more for you, girl. We even gave you a bit of a timeline, okay, for your D appointment. So let us know how that goes. Yeah, I thought about getting because I would like to speak to them in that dynamic as well. And I know Ari asked me previously, like if I do after hours situation as well. Hey, H, how are you doing, my love? That part. Okay, Scenario Alfred, you literally popped your question up at the right time. I love that. We are making it move, making it groove. Sorry about that horrible song, but hey, that's the best my 3-year-old self could come up with. Okay, don't judge me. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. I guess you're already on the list, so we'll just kind of like add it to your process as well. I'm okay, just finalizing some applications. How about you? How's your day been? My day has been interesting. Lots of spirits trying to feed off me today. Irritation was present. Anger was trying to get some attention. Frustration was like, huh. And I was like, I ain't got no time. I'm doing my best adulting today. I'm going to pass these classes because Saturn is not going to mess me up. So that's how I'm doing. How are you, Mama? How's the preparations going? That part, okay? He sets it off like Queen Latifah. Oh my days, I can't. Listen, you have the bars, Ajaz, okay? You my people. Oh, dude. Okay, let's go dive into Alfred's question as well. Mm. Alfred. I don't know if it's a texting you to move back home, to be honest. I can already feel some resistances there, but we're going to unpack it. Okay? Don't worry. I got you, Alfie. We're going to unpack it. That was quick. That was quick. You are going to be after Alfred because I've just done a donation. I'm going to do a, what's it called? Free list, and then I'm going to go back to you on the donation list, and then I'll do a free person, and then we go back. Yeah, that part. It's all good though. I'm going to work with it. Felicia. Sorry, Alfred. We have to take it in stages because we need to see where Felicia is. And I sense Felicia still has some resistances to that ask. So we're going to work our way up to getting the full clarity on that question. Okay, so bear with me. Let's see, where is Felicia at the minute in terms of her feelings towards Alfred? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, snap. Oh. Felicia's feeling pretty sharp at the minute, actually. Yeah. Yes, no problem, nothing. You're funny. No, the situation with you guys, She's still at a place where she's like complete disregard for the consequences when it comes to the situation. Like she's feeling very much like I don't want to sort of like be in that dynamic at the minute. But she also misses it at the same time because that is what, or that's what she'd been used to. And it's different basically. I guess the home feels eerie. Sorry, they're giving me her downloads. I'm receiving her thought files. Sometimes, how long has it been since you've basically been at the house? Because sometimes she sits and she feels lonely, particularly within the last couple of weeks. She's cried a few times every so often, but I think she's going through an internal battle with herself as well. When it comes to the situation, let me know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to say this to you, Alfie. I think she's been unhappy with some things for a while. And I think Thursday essentially was a build up. I'm going to say this as well because your guides even are saying that because they see how much you want this relationship with Felicia as well. But you've got to act differently, my love. You've got to stop doing certain things that you're doing because you're self-sabotaging and you're kind of like causing setbacks to some of the things that you guys discussed. So respectfully, you did this is what they're saying to me. They're literally pointing a finger at you. Literally watching them in from wherever you are. I'm watching them literally point a finger at you. I don't know where you are sat watching, but I see whatever guide is kind of like, transmitting this information and pointing a finger, sort of like saying that yeah, because they're like, you did this. Okay, so with the situation, right? It's not a simple quick fix. I think by the time that she got to the place that she got to on Thursday, she literally had nothing left in terms of her capacity when it came to the dynamics between you two. And I think that because of the situation being very much like overwhelming because it was a build up of everything, what you got on Thursday, she's going to need a long little period to sort of like breathe from that. I think I'm going to ask you this, Alfred, and I want the honest answer because I need to be able to give you your proper guidance now. Do you have a tendency to lie? Because I think that's probably one of her things that is probably the biggest scar on her at the minute, from what I can see in terms of her emotional scarring. Do you have a tendency to lie? Do you have contracts with one or two spirits of deception? And I have to ask the question because they want to give me more context, right? To be able to like assist with what it is that you want to know, because it's not just about getting this, which is what you want, but you want to be able to keep it and not mess it up again. But yeah, it was a yes or no question, so that one should be fairly easy to sort of answer. I don't want a yes, but like, see, there you go. Yes, but. Oh, I saw it coming. I saw it coming. I saw it coming just before you sent the send button. I saw it coming. She does do the same thing. I think you guys lie for different reasons, but I think what you guys both need to realize about each other is that you guys need to be creating more of a safe space for each other, because lies only come out when a person feels threatened, basically. If they feel like there's something that's at risk, they will basically lie to be able to protect whatever it is that they don't want to be up, on risk, basically. So don't worry about her class, okay? Her class is her class. Let her focus on her class in terms of like her spirits of deception and what she's navigating through with them. You focus on your class, right? Your class there will be able to sort of like give her as well, because again, the men set the temperature constantly. So they determine what gauge the dynamic of the situation go. For the most part, this is why they're like, there's the whole like female submission and all that kind of stuff. They set the temperature naturally. So if you lead, she will eventually follow. I think that she lies as well to be able to control certain things, because she has doubts about you, because she has some trust issues when it comes to you, to be honest. And those are some of the things that causes her to lie. Now, if you can assist her in alleviating some of those concerns and trust issues, she will actually be able to, and she herself as well, she can sometimes lie about things that are unnecessary to lie about. I'll give you that, okay? Because I see that she lies about small things that are really insignificant as well. But again, these are areas that you guys are both growing in, clearly, because you guys are mirroring each other's behavior, and that's fine. Do you see what I'm saying? But I'm telling you what I'm telling you right now, because something has to give with the situation, with the type of dynamic that we're dealing with astrologically. If one does not necessarily do or start to do little bits of these works that needs to be done, trust me, in 3 years' time, when Saturn's placement is different, you guys will be taking on too much. Just like how God had to shut down Earth and we all had to go in detention because nobody was doing homework. Like, yeah, it's one of those sort of dynamics where you kind of need to be doing bit by bit at a time, because the relationship won't basically be able to survive if you go into it 3 years from now. Whatever actually happens, if you guys are able to sort of make it to that point barely, that Saturn placement around about this time of year would just annihilate the relationship. So there's some developments that needs to happen. Both of you guys need to grow in different ways. Remember, you set the temperature, so you exhibit the type of behavior that you want to see from her, and in time, because again, changing behavior takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. Okay, the will can be there, but the know-how is something that comes after a knowing. Do you see what I'm saying? One has to go through the process and learn. So, do you see Felicia letting Alfred back in home soon? Yeah, into the home, not just into her life, but into the home. Thank you. Do you see Felicia letting him back into the home anytime soon? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Give me a timeline on this one. Okay. Okay. Interesting. What's the timeline then? Because I see. So basically, okay. Sorry. Okay, so you may be in the doghouse for a couple of weeks, at least, and I think that you're going to be treading on eggshells for a good few months. I see it up until sort of like towards the end of February, before you guys are like back into normality of kind of like where you guys were before. I'm not going to lie. she's hurt right now. She's hurt right now. I'm going to say this. I think that there was a little bit of an overreaction. Why did you get kicked out? The spirit just said to me, go and ask him, why did he get kicked out? Why did you why did you get kicked out? What was the story behind that situation, if you don't mind me asking? If you're open to sharing, let me know. But yeah, it seems like you guys are kind of like navigating through a path of finding a resolution to some of the issues that you guys have in the relationship dynamic, particularly to do with your own communication, actually. So yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm like checking out what's going on here. Okay. Well, Alfred, I wouldn't say soon as you would like to hope, but soon enough as far as like, well, I answered both of those questions. Not as soon as you would like, but within, I want to say within the next couple of weeks, she's a little bit more open, 2.5 weeks. Because I was mad, but she did not pick me up from work. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your transparency there. There was a lot of flaring up that was going on, particularly with this full moon, with the particularly with this full moon. Such a lovely message, my YouTube account. Thank you. There was a lot of like demonic activations, for lack of a better way of putting it. There was a lot of like unprocessed things that God was basically bringing up to the surface so that people could grow from those things and mature, basically, because demons are pretty much your underdeveloped selves. That's where the demons feed, and that's where they derive from. So I know that she also overreacted. Both of you guys kind of overreacted, and this is going to sort of like, it seems like it's going to be something that spirals basically into the next moon cycle before it comes down. So yeah, I think you have about 2.5 weeks or so before that situation sort of like calms down as far as like the moving back in situation. I think that probably in the next 5 or 6 days, they might be a little bit more open. Are you guys in communication now? Because I feel like they're very shut down and quite stern and unavailable emotionally, actually. So, oh, you guys aren't in communication at the minute. Sorry, let me go back and see. No, you didn't. I didn't see anything. Thursday, you guys sort of, I guess, split. Yeah, there was a lot going on in the space at the time. I think that she did overreact as well. I think she's going to come down off this ego as well. She's riding the wave of it for a little bit. And I texted her last night, but she have not texted back yet because she's still riding the wave of this ego, unfortunately. This ego hasn't died just yet. She's still navigating through it, and she's still, I think she's hurt. Yeah, I think she's hurt, and her ego's a little bit bruised. I see that the thing that has her blocking you is the spirit of pride. So yeah, that's something that she's obviously going to have to navigate through. But in the next 5 days or so, she'll be a little bit more open. Right now, she's just too tense. And I think that she's got a lot of other stuff going on, potentially with family as well. I'm picking up as well. It feels like she feels very overextended. And right now, this was just one of the places that she could afford to sacrifice placing her energy, so that she can make room, I guess, to do more in those spaces. But I hope that was useful for you. I mean, we got a timeline, and we got some insight into how things may sort of like unfold for you guys. It's not going to be till, like I said, end of February before you guys are like proper back into a space of normality. But I think you guys are definitely going to be tested between now and February. Okay. All right. Hopefully that was useful for you. And then there was 4. Right. We have Ajaz next. And then on the free list, I don't know if Clover's still here. I don't know if Clover stuck around. Previously, I sensed that Clover actually left a while ago. Yeah. So I don't know if you are still with us, Clover. Let us know. Put it out there. Because they're telling me, and then there was 3 actually. So I just want to get that clarified. Ajaz, let's go and start unpacking your stuff. Whilst you start getting your message ready, I am going to get my snacks out, actually. It's that time. Thank you, my YouTube account. Glad to know that you're still here. Aria, are you still here as well? Let me know if you're still here. Oh, interesting. Okay. That is interesting. Is there a reconciliation come? Oh, sorry, let me pop it up on screen so we can read it together, guys. Is there a reconciliation coming towards me? I keep getting the feeling my ex is going to pop up, or we might run into each other, but I don't know when. The next Mercury retrograde. You're not wrong there. The moment I started to read, it was almost like the guides were letting me know that that's a conspiracy, if you will, of Mercury. So it may sort of unfold the next Mercury retrograde. I don't think we have any left this year. Let's see the timeline on that then. Yeah, end of this year. End of this year on the 28th. Oh no. That can't be right, because that was last year. Let's see. Oh, it's December 13th, basically. Yeah, December 13th is the next Mercury retro. Oh, okay, in between the Christmas window and New Year. I've gotten a reading. New love is coming, and I know this person, and that's it. And that it's going to be a repeat of a cycle, but I'm just confused as who this might be. She's a Libra, and I'm an Aquarius. Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's that person per se, to be fair. I'm going to ask a couple of questions to get some clarity. Is it the Libra coming back into the space? Give me some insight into that. No. Is it the Libra coming back into this space, guys? Thank you. Yeah, no, not the Libra. Not the Libra. That situation with you and the Libra. I see. I see. The situation with you and the Libra was actually a really big shift. It seemed like that relationship was quite significant in your life when it comes to the emotional sort of dynamics of things. And you did a lot of emotional growing and maturing with this Libra, because we literally have like all major arcana. So it was a pretty significant part of your development, really. But I don't see it being that person, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it being the Libra. Sorry, I'm like utilizing another deck over here and I'm literally just doing split readings. It's where you kind of just pull the card apart at different spaces to see what spirit's saying. But yes, my love. From what I can see with the situation, with the Libra, it seems like it was some sort of karma that was actually playing out in essence, actually. Yeah, there's some sort of karma playing out. Well, I'm glad that you're back in the gym, girl. That's always a good place to meet some nice, fit, healthy people. Okay? Because if you're going to go dating, you want to make sure that you have some things in common. Okay. Do we know who's the ex coming back in? Okay. Okay. It's actually someone, it's more of an ex. It's interesting, this one, right? It's more of an ex that you wouldn't necessarily expect to want to see, basically, is the way that they're giving it to me. Okay. Yeah. Definitely not the Libra. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to know about the question? Yeah, because I actually loved her. I feel like she opened my eyes to a lot of things. I miss her. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because there was a major shift. I definitely see that. Like it was great for your personal development and growth. And I'm happy for that for you. But yeah. Not her. I guess you guys sort of like did what you needed to during that class for the most part. Yeah, they seem to be moved on to like different series or sequence of classes at the minute. Yeah. Anything else you got there for me then, Mama? I am here for it. I hope that was useful. I feel like what would you guys, sorry, I'm gonna grab the Romance Angels deck and sort of see, what would you guys like to advise our girl Ajax? Just moving forward, allowing for things to unfold in romance, waiting for this new person. What's your advice? Thank you. Don't retreat. Yeah. Okay. It's not about expressing your love, but it's about navigating your soulmate connection. Okay. You may still have a little bit of emotional healing to do, my love. Just a smidge, because you can't make room for anybody else if you've got like somebody else taking up somebody else's space type thing. But yeah, they're saying just to kind of, oh, yeah, they're saying to just kind of give yourself the freedom and the space to actually miss her. Like, I'm hearing it's okay. It's okay to miss her. She did sort of open you, because they're showing me like a blossom. Like, she did sort of open you into just different ways of being, actually. And it was very nice and comfortable. They're saying that, like, don't worry, like that feeling that you got there, like that moment with that person, right, was to really just let you know that you can. It's to really just let you know that you can. Yeah, yeah, it's over. Over, guys. Yeah, it's over. It's over, my love. Yeah. Just got to keep it true with you. You know, I have to deliver the truth to you guys. But yeah, it's over. I think that situation taught you a lot and you've grown a lot. But I don't know that you have the emotional capacity, I guess, for anything else just yet. And like I said, that's okay. Take your time to kind of like bleed this out. And things will kind of get to a better space for you. Her and I are not on speaking terms, but I miss our friendship most of all. And I get that. I could tell that that's sort of like the aspect of it. I think that it is where it is right now because I don't know why she doesn't necessarily have the same, I wouldn't say desire. She cares for you, but I don't know. Is she the type of person that can like repress and suppress her feelings fairly well? Because she seems to like have this like all nonchalant attitude about the situation. Basically, it's how it appears to be on surface, but there's some quaking. It's very deep down there, like very, very deep in her gut. There's some emotional quaking with her, emotional attachment. But yours seems to be more up here in the upper chakras, and hers is a little bit further down. She might, yeah. Mm. She might actually be, sorry, I'm just getting confirmation on where I was sort of going with the situation. So, she might be distracting herself potentially with someone else, to be fair. And I had to sort of put it across. It's just something that may be something to just kind of, I don't know that it's intimate or anything like that, but it's definitely a talking and interacting and stuff like that to just, yeah, not make her feel so sad. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, I'm like obviously receiving the downloads, but yeah, it's to not make her feel so sad, basically, about the situation. And yeah, I think for the most part, there's going to be some more continued growing in her absence as well. Okay, I'm sorry. That's me giving you a virtual almost hug, you know? I'm sorry. Because I can see that there's like a really deep attachment there, but I think you're still navigating through some heartbreak. So is it the right time for like something? Maybe like some one, but not something. I don't think you have the emotional capacity for that just yet. Your bandwidth. Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing, you see, with the situation with with her just kind of like suppressing. It's almost like her feelings is all the way down here. And I think because the feelings is vibrating under all of these other layers that she's kind of like utilized to push it down and suppress it. I think that that's kind of like what is perpetuating the continued distance. Yeah, I think that's what's perpetuating the distance. Oh. And as far as where she is right now, sorry, I literally just got that. And she's also going to be navigating through the grass is greener syndrome as well, I guess, in essence, because that's what they literally just showed me, like eyelids burning. That was funny. Sorry, I'm having a little private joke because that was just funny because they were like, yeah, and she's going to be navigating through the grass is greener syndrome. And literally, it was almost like they were like picking up my eyelid because she's going to basically be going through her own like eye opening situation. And I think that by her being able to navigate through the process of everything and sort of really realizing how, I guess, what real backstabbing and betrayal actually looks like, because I think that's what she's actually going to go out there and find, unfortunately, which is a tough pill for her to swallow. But yeah, I think she just kind of has to go and navigate through her situation. I think for you, as you go through the process, for you at least, I'm grateful for this, but it seems like you have more capacity and more bandwidth to get focused on some of the goals that you have going. And I don't want to say this to make you feel bad, but God removed that person to make room for you in your life, actually, because that's how they're giving it to me. I don't mean this harshly, I don't mean it rude or anything, but they were like quite, self-absorbed to some degree in the relationship dynamic, and it was consuming you. And I think, yeah, God kind of had to disconnect that to give you room to be able to breathe, because you would have continued to kind of like, I don't want to say overcompensate, but sometimes you will downplay your feelings in comparison to somebody else's, but your feelings matter too. And I think that this season, that's definitely something that God's going to be showing you in this season. Okay. Yeah, that part. I know. I know. And I can tell because there was a lot of depth to the relationship. But yeah, wow. So basically, she's going through her lesson, and it's crazy because I told her the grass won't be greener on the other side. She's navigating through it. She's navigating through it. She's learning that lesson. Like, it's activated. And I think for her as well, she's going to endure a lot because she suppresses a lot, which means that she's going to go through some storms. I'm literally like seeing there's a stormy battle ahead for her. Yeah. But I think she's the type of person that has to learn on her own terms, actually. So that she will. That she will, beautiful. But I hope that that was useful for you, though. I'm sorry that, I didn't have better news, but I had the truth, which is even better. Okay. Yes, Aria's going to be up next because at the minute, I don't think we had Clover. Clover she deuced out from, I think, when I was on the first one, because again, this is why I want to get some new subscribers. You have to have, like, I know people have short attention span because they're basically shortening it with social media at the minute, right? But in this type of space, finding my people, they have to have an attention span to keep up. But yeah. We'll go to Aria and then we'll close out the space with you, my YouTube account. Okay, don't worry. I got you. We're almost there. Yeah, she was really felt selfish, and I felt drained. You as well, because I'm telling you, beautiful. Like God removed her from your life to give you you. I don't even know how to put it to you because I really want to cry, because it was such a beautiful like gesture, like, and God did that for you from a place of real, genuine, unconditional love, and He loves her too. Don't get me wrong. That's a child of His as well, you know. But like with any parent, if your child just isn't listening and isn't learning, you just have to let them walk the path themselves so that they can grasp whatever it is that they're not going to hear from your own perception on the situation. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, God was just as upset having to send her on her way, but she just wasn't learning. She just continued to be selfish, and you being like the empathetic, like subservient server in the dynamics of the relationship, because that's what they're showing me. Like, it was just one of those things you would overcompensate to the detriment of yourself, and God needed you. He's got other battles ahead for you, and He needs you in a well state. Okay, I pray that we cross paths again, but on a friendship note and positive note, and the truth was better. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, beautiful. What's the final question? Because I think you did donate for a couple of questions. Aria is right. It does. Spending time with friends and family does kind of like fill the void, because you've just kind of like gone through a loss, right? And you kind of need love, to kind of pour some of that love back into your cup, because some of that love got poured out, you know? But yeah, you'll be good. Yeah, dating other people just makes it so much more complicated. You're right there, Aria. Yeah, bondage and temporary distraction. Trust me. Coming with that Seven of Cups energy. I've got this, I've got that. We do these things to ourselves as well. You know what I mean? Sometimes we want to be distracted and we open ourselves up. But I've been wanting to get a plushie. Oh, and I want that for you. I want that for you now. Okay? The plushie pillow provides support, it provides comfort, it provides nurturing without even having to do much. It's there, you know? Exactly. Okay? Yeah. Amen. Amen. Because she's got some tough times ahead, and that's exactly how you know that was real love on your part. To this day, you still care. And that's beautiful. Mashallah. I can't get a therapy animal. So a pillow will do. Yeah. A pillow will do. It's less mess, less noise, because sometimes, pets can have, God, noisy little situation, unless they're goldfish, but, or turtle, actually. Depends on the animal, basically. But yeah, get us your follow-up question. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I'm glad. I'm glad that I was able to give you clarity. Because that's honestly what I come into this space like seeking to do for people, just to open up, to answer whatever questions they've been asking. And the guides are literally there, just like watching, trying to tell, but genuinely. Oh, that's what's up. Definitely changes in the air. Changes in the air. There's freedom happening. There's breakthroughs taking place. And I think that you can like walk this path that you're on with like such faith, knowing that like you built this for yourself. You know what I mean? What's the motive with bliss returning and wanting my attention? Is this something worth entertaining? A shay, That part, okay. 555. Open to receiving. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Just want to grab it all, you know. Okay, who's Bliss? Talk to me about that. I'm gonna go and pull some cards. Don't worry, I'm gonna follow up with this question. This is the next question. And then we're gonna come to you, Aria, and then we're gonna close out the space with my YouTube account. Okay, so what is the motive with Bliss returning and wanting my attention? Okay. What's Bliss's actual motive for coming back into the space? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Why? Thank you. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. You're doing it, beautiful. You're doing it. No, Ari's gonna go. iJazz paid for 2 questions. So we're sort of following up with the second question. Then we're going to go to Aria, and then we're going to close out. Don't worry. We're still with it. Don't worry. So Bliss is a fling I had before I met my ex. She is poly, but we had a deep connection. So how are you saying that you don't know what ex is coming back, and then you go ask me about an ex? Hello? The ex coming back is Bliss. Things ended badly, but somehow we were able to stay on a good note. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Is there are they sort of coming back in? You guys are funny. You guys are looking for like different tactics and strategy. But yeah, when you guys sort of like disconnected, what was the question? Sorry. When you guys disconnected, how long ago was that, if you don't mind me asking? Just so that I can understand the placements of what's taking place here. They're saying several things to me about the different planetary alignments with this. They're telling me that this has something to do with her Pluto, your Saturn, and Neptune for both of you guys is having a big part of this little dance that's taking place at the minute. So I want to like really unpack it. Do you see what I'm saying? But yeah, so they feel like this taught you. Okay, they feel like the connection that you guys have is like not much else that they've experienced in this lifetime, at least. And I think that it's not even about forgiving and learning in this space for the both of you, because you guys are already past it. That's why I wanted to ask, like, when did that situation sort of like fizzle? But I think that they're pretty much back, essentially. That moment just clicked. Yeah. Here we go. Bliss is here to, like, I guess, bring some bliss. But no, seriously. But she's non-monogamous and she has a GF, and I get that. I get that. This is, again, this you just said that it's an ex coming back and it's going to be a cycle. Ta-da! Here comes Bliss. Bliss is like, oh my god, it's my cue. Do I look cute? It's my turn to go on stage. It's Bliss. Bliss is the ex who has this cycle of polygamy. And you guys are basically up against it. I guess they're trying to figure out where they are in terms of the situation, you know, like do's and don'ts for them in terms of their emotional attachments. But you were somebody that was just, you were still in their hard drive. This was back in 2019. I met my ex in 2020. Okay. Yeah. Let me see then, because they are back because they feel well, see, this is the thing, beautiful. Oh my God. Okay, so let's talk about it. The cycle is the fact that they're in this polygamous situation, that I say polygamous situation because that's actually their belief system, if I'm honest. It's kind of like a cheat code to allow for infidelity to creep in. Because it's almost like I see monogamous on the screen, but I keep saying polygamous, and I'm asking them. So you guys, like, I'm doing several things at once. I'm asking them in the back of my mind, why am I saying polygamous? They're like, because that's her habitual sort of like pattern, basically, in nature. She has contracts with the spirit of infidelity. I'm not gonna lie. So it's just a thing. And sometimes she might sort of like is unfaithful emotionally, and sometimes she's unfaithful, like, you know, the full whack in that. But yeah, the situation. Let's see how it's going to play out. Let's get that tea, because right now this is not it. Okay, show me, guys. How do you see this playing out then? Okay. Thank you. Okay. They said that you're not confident. You're not confident about this opportunity of new beginnings, and it's a bit questionable for you. That's basically how things will play out. Wow. And she's so fine. She slid in smooth as heck. I'm a hard person to track down. Girl, not when Spirit says it's your time, it's your cue, we're expecting you on stage, you've got 5 minutes, you know, cut and call in 5 minutes. Yeah. It's so funny. You'll be so surprised how the guides will basically lead a person down a rabbit hole where it's like what would have been taking them a while, because we have obviously technology, what would have taken them a while The guy just told them where to look, and before you know it, they got all the answers. So here we are. Here we are. She still has our old text thread from when her and I started talking. Yeah, because I think you meant, I guess, a lot to her, and I think she feels like if you guys can, I guess, come back from, it will actually be like a really good perseverance story, like a test of faith, if you will, to see how, like how relationships go through tests and stuff. Here we are again, seen. Yeah, I picked that up from her. This is why I have my wall up. Yeah, yeah. This is better than Housewives. Oh my god, with you, girl. I cannot. No, seriously though, it seems like her relationship in essence is going through a test, but it's clearly not necessarily surviving said test, right? Because I think that, see how I was saying that you weren't necessarily going to be able to sort of like fully move on with, the ex in your hard drive. Well, she clearly didn't actually like full on move on, because you're still in her hard drive. So I think that the situation at the minute, there's just some things to be said. She still feels a connection with you and she wants to see if she can get an opportunity to grow it. I'm not comfortable because she is poly. Exactly that. Exactly that. Exactly that. Exactly that. It's a habit. She kind of learned this as well, growing up. I don't know who she saw doing it, but it became normalized in her psyche. It can be unlearned. It's just learned behavior. So it can be unlearned. It's just that, it's a bit of a habitual pattern and it will show up, if you will, when she least expects it through self-sabotage tendencies instead. Yeah. Um, let's see, what do you guys advise our girl Ajaz to do about the situation? You guys are funny. Okay, so show me. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like having a little look to see what they're sort of saying. Oh, they're saying to manifest romance. That's funny. Manifest romance. They did say don't take any action, right? Initially, when I was sort of shuffling the deck, they were like, this isn't something to take action on because this is something that needs to play out, essentially. What do you... Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, what's happening within the next... Okay, what's happening in the next few weeks with the situation? Okay. Okay, girl, that part. Thank you. Okay. They're saying that there's going to be a reunion within the next few weeks. Yeah. It's going to be a slow moving process. Girl, I think Bliss did that. Spirit told you what was coming. Bliss did the surprising. But no, they said that there's likely to be a reunion within the next few weeks, potentially around about the. It's interesting. Again, I was about to say 5. We're getting between 4 to 5 weeks. There's likely to be a reunion between the two of you guys. So, yeah. And when I say reunion, that means you guys might have a little bit of a meetup, you know, just kind of like a little catch up with each other, get into sort of like see where you guys are now and understand the space and the growth and all that good stuff. But they're excited about you. They're excited about you. I'm not going to lie. They love your energy. They love your caring nature. That's one of the things that they wanted to sort of stop back into the space to see how much of you is still like that. Lord, they know me so well. It's definitely a but. I'm about to call her. Listen, we had to clarify. We had to clarify. But let it play out, my love. And observe what you would usually do in situations and try something different because what you've done before isn't giving you the results that you want. Okay? So try a new set of codes and equations to try and work like this because the feelings are there. Don't get me wrong, the connection's there, the feelings are there and they're strong. But I think they have some behavioral issues. I'm not going to lie to you at the same time. They have some demons, girl. So that would be tricky for you to navigate. But yeah, your life, your rules. That's how I see it. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Dang, it was going down. I feel like that was going down in the DMs. Okay. Aria, my love, I hope you were getting your question nice and ready for me as well. I'm over here cracking up. Girl, I'm telling you, it was in the DMs tonight. Love it, love it, love it. That's too funny. Okay. Yes, you can, my YouTube account. Did you not put your question down a while ago? I believe no, that was Alfred's question I started. Put your question down. You're good. You're good. Yeah, Bliss and you reunion. You guys will basically get to meet up and have a chit chat, a catch up about how things have been going. You know, I want to say the basics, but it's like the first introduction. I think it's a check-in. I think they want to do a check-in because they're excited. They're excited to basically just feel your energy. It was nice and warm for them. It was like a really nice, warm energy. And I think when they think about you, that's what they think. So they want to revisit that, I guess, to see if you're still that way. Her and I had a reunion. She's on a vacation. Oh, well, you guys are going to be reconnecting again in the next few weeks. That's probably why it said. Yeah, she's on vacation now. That's why I said a few weeks, about 5 weeks to be precise. Now, well, you guys, this is going to play out. This is going to play out. Just manage your expectations in this space because, like I said, she's still navigating through some learned behaviors that are a little bit toxic. Okay. Her and I already went to fountain. Hence the cycle, mama. See what I'm speaking about here? Dial it back, girl. We already played this out the last time. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, girl. Moderate yourself, beautiful, because you guys, both of you guys, I don't want to say you love recklessly, but honestly, there's very little boundaries, okay? And because you guys are learning your boundaries in love, you guys can have a tendency to do this and run into each other. And whilst the initial impact feels nice, it can also cause a collision later down the line, okay? Which is very, very explosive. So when she's back and you guys are sort of like hanging out, have a think, okay? Because we're in take 2 of this cycle. And think about, okay, how you would like things to move in your favor in different ways based on some of the dynamics that you saw from the previous cycle. Okay, at least you can optimize the cycle if you're going to stay on the ride, girl. I love a good roller coaster, me personally. I'm just saying. Dude, but yes, let's move on to Aria's question. Sorry, we were still unpacking, Aria. We were still unpacking. Sorry. Okay, we have, what will be the best way for me personally to move on from my ex? He has a new girlfriend now and we were together for 7 years. So 7 years, like 5 years is a significant point in relationships, but 7 years is one of those windows. If you survive the 7th year, that means you can get to the 10th year. If you survive the 10th year, that means you can get to the 13th year. Like some of these things, you see, like I was speaking about Saturn doing certain things and all of this stuff. Same thing. Oh my God, guys, I'm just going to pack this up because it is irritating me. This is what I was saying to you guys. I don't even like hair on my neck and stuff. I don't know why I'm growing my hair, but it's just irritating me. I don't know if you guys have seen. We looked cute for a minute. We're about to wrap the show up, okay? There we go. Much better. Oh my God, I don't know how people do it. I need my antennas up, okay, to hold in all of this downloads so I can pick them through. Okay, let's just looking for clarity on how to move forward too. And I hear you on that. And no one's found out. You're funny. You're funny, beautiful. Well, moderate and manage yourself. Because what you do in this class will basically set the tone for the next romantic connection that you have. You're basically setting the precedent and letting like any romantic connection coming in know what it is that you are prepared to, like, what's the price basically for iJazz. These are the behaviors that she accepts, these are the actions that she tolerates, all of these things. So just moderate wisely, you know. Well, there you go. I think it's a case of really identifying for her as well if she is what longevity look like for her, because like I said, these are learned behaviors. She can unlearn them, but she has to be willing, because she has to deprogram in order to reprogram the subconscious, because that becomes the default patterns. So it's a whole process, girl. She has to be willing to update her software. Okay. But yes, guys, let's go and dive into, like, oh, your guys has lots to say. Let's go and dive into it, Aria. All right, guys. Okay. Oh, you're carrying some baggage, my love. You're carrying some baggage. Okay. Let's have a little look. Aria wants to move on as well, guys. What do you guys recommend? Okay. Thank you. My love, you're still processing heartbreak. I don't think you need to be focusing on moving on with someone else, but if you're focusing on moving on from your ex, you want to start with the processing. I literally, like, I felt the heartbreak. That's what they meant when they were saying that you're still carrying some baggage in this space. Okay, sorry, we're gonna really unpack it because I can see that this, what's happening right here, is a major arcana for you. Okay, it's a moment where you can move forward and actually go into this process of a rebirth and sort of, I guess, set new standards for yourself when it comes to certain things. But I think the relationship, it's left you a little bit scarred, my love. You seem to be a little bit defensive and on edge. Do you have trust issues from the relationship? Yeah, literally. It's like they answered that question through me, um, from you. But yes, answer your question yourself as well, my love. Like, do you feel like you've got some trust issues from that relationship? Because what I'm seeing with the situation is that the relationship kind of like forced you to be on edge a little bit. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Talk to me, guys. What do you guys advise her to do then? Thank you. I hear you. I hear you. It's just a burden. It's literally like these are all the things that you're sort of like carrying at the minute. Among other things, like he body shamed you sexually. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I tell you what you're gonna do, my love. You're gonna build yourself back up. Okay. The fact that the relationship didn't survive after the 7-year mark, it meant that it simply could not go on the way that it was. It wasn't strong enough to be able to survive another 3 years. There wasn't enough respect. I'm not going to say there wasn't love, but there was barely healthy love in the space. And there wasn't really affirmatively enough boundaries. There just wasn't. And I think that with the situation, I'd say to you, give yourself the room and space to just heal. I don't think that you're going to move on to somebody as quickly as he has. I don't see that on the cards for you. I'm not going to lie to you, because I think your path is different. In terms of what you're doing right now, we're still going to have a look. That's not me saying that there isn't love for you. I'm simply saying, in order for you to get healthy, to get a better type of experience of love in a romantic setting, yeah, I would suggest you take your time. A few things that I see happening is that you're completing a certain cycle in essence, and that's what's occurring right now. You're kind of like breaking certain things away and chipping away at certain things when it comes to the dynamics between the two of you. And yeah, I think it's one of those situations where only you can love you, I guess, in the way that you need to. they said that the boundaries thing, you definitely have to go through that class. So you're essentially going to be updating your software on your self-love, essentially, right? Body shame is body shame, though. And he had a lot of his own insecurities he would project. Well, see, this is the thing, my love. This is what I was speaking to you about, boundaries. Do you understand? Like, he projects these daggers from this spirit of insecurity that is obviously like he doesn't want to take responsibility for the spirit, so he's projecting it instead as opposed to managing it as an adult, right? He's regressed to the childlike behaviors, which is to project it, and those things land daggers. And with that, you know, you kind of like have to go through the healing process from that. But you're going to be working on boundaries and being assertive as well, because I think that you can be assertive, but it's like not soon enough. You tolerate a lot before you get to that point of like vocalizing, and then after vocalizing it can very easily like, you know, go from 0 to 100 real quick, just because obviously by the time you get to the point of vocalizing you've tolerated a significant amount. And I think that those are some of the things that makes, you know, processing things in relationships challenging as well, right? Yeah, tell me, what do you guys do for her? Yeah, what do you say for her? Okay, recovery, I see that. Makes sense. Thank you. I know. Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and see if we can get a timeline because you've got work to do. And we want to see when that work is destined basically to be complete. So guys, I want to maybe get a timeline on new love. Oh, sure. Okay, not within the next few weeks. Okay. Okay, so it's not going to happen within the next few weeks, but it is going to happen in about just under, I say, between 2 months and 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So that would be 10 to 11 weeks, basically. From now is where you get a option that is presented that may be a viable match to some of the things that you're looking for. Still things that they would have to work on. We know that there's no such thing as a perfect human. Okay. So they're going to be coming in when they're destined to come in, and you guys can kind of like figure out how to navigate the space from there when they show up. But you're definitely going through a rebirth. I think you're navigating through this whole process over the course of the next few months. Honestly, the things that I said, work on being affirmative with your boundaries. So vocalizing said boundaries. Don't wait till it gets too long, because your tolerance level cannot be what it has been before, because it will get you what you have gotten before. Okay. You need a different code to get the outcome that you want. And the tolerance has to be affirmative. It doesn't have to be too assertive, but it does have to be affirmative. So you need to be very openly communicating to the universe what it is that you're manifesting in certain situations. Yeah. Oh yeah, but I feel like I forgot what I enjoy doing on my own and stuff. And I can honestly, my love, I get that, because it was a long time and you're basically about to learn you again. Like literally learn you, and you're not the same you that you were before the relationship. You're a new you post relationship, so you're still figuring out who this version of you is in essence. Yeah, still trying to figure out what good and reasonable boundaries even are. Well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. Boundaries are things that threatens your mental, emotional, spiritual, or physical health. If they are a threat to something in any of those areas, there has to be an appropriate boundary. I ruminate a lot, and I'm trying to turn my obsession into passion somehow, but I don't know how to channel that. Okay, turn my obsession. You're already doing it. Obsession basically is how you take it from obsession, because obsession gives you the opportunity to basically be repetitive. That's precisely it. You move from obsession, that's the code, to get to passion, because when you are obsessed, it's being driven by passion, but it may not be the same passion that it is when you get to that point of loving what it is that you're essentially sort of doing on that level. Into healthy passion, I mean. Okay, so what I would say, because the obsession thing, here's a great place to be able to actually manage some boundaries as well, actually. If you are excessive with it, timing is everything. So if you are doing it too much, you set yourself a certain time where you kind of like do that, and that's it, and you move on to do something else. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to be, sorry, I'm getting something in on the phone here, but if you are going to be doing certain things, right? Sorry. If you are going to be sort of thinking about certain things, and you're excessive with that same thing over, oh my God, because this is how like little situations will feed as well, little gremlins will feed. If you find yourself in a situation where you're just looping basically on a thought over and over again, it's like, girl, not today. We did this yesterday. Okay. I've got some room in the schedule for you, maybe at Thursday at 2 p.m., but I've only got 30 minutes for this particular situation. Do you want it? Yeah or no? That's it. Because otherwise, you will find yourself basically looping and looping and looping, and these little thoughts will continue to consume all of your energy. So, boundaries with yourself. If you find yourself not giving enough time, because sometimes we ruminate on the wrong things as well, sometimes, right? So, if you say that you're basically wanting to do something, spend your time ruminating on that. Get a little bit obsessive on those things, the things that you want to do for yourself. One of the things that you're looking to do at the minute is manifest a healthier relationship. I'd say literally get some full on clarity on what that looks like for you. Spend time telling the stories about those types of experiences that you're going to have and what that's like for you and how you feel on those timelines and how people are responding and reacting to you on those timelines because of the version that you are on those timelines. You see what I'm saying? It's just a case of management. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Because if it's taking up too much time in your mind, and you find yourself basically like giving all of your time to it, it's like, okay, cool. I see that, because basically what's happening, you're ruminating because you're bleeding out emotionally. And it's different to like a physical scar, because when you're cut physically, obviously you can see it, so you know when you're bleeding. But when you find yourself looping on certain thoughts, it's because your humans basically bleeding out emotionally, essentially. And what I'd say in terms of managing that, oh, you need a good little space today. This feels heavy on my heart today. I've got a 20-minute window. You just get that whole space out in that little window, and it's like, okay, cool. I'm moving on with the day now. it becomes a habit, and then he be living free in my head, rent free. Exactly, that part. Okay, because obviously these people, they cause trauma. Those traumas basically breed room for certain demons. Those demons will basically be there perpetuating certain thought processes so that they can continue to feed off your mind space, and then that keeps you distracted from the stuff that you really actually need to be doing, which is your assignments. You know what I mean? But yeah, set a time whenever these things come up, and if it does come up, talk your way through it as well. I don't know, like trying to figure out how else I can distract myself though when I can feel myself starting to obsess about my ex again. Okay, so when you find yourself assignments, stuff that you do whilst you're here, girl. Okay. When I say assignments, like me coming into this space today was an assignment. I already put it out there that I was supposed to be coming in here and all of these things. So you have lots of different assignments that you have to do. What I said earlier about us not handing in our assignments on time. Yeah. That's girl. Okay. So your homework, we're speaking about it. Beautiful. Boundaries. these were the classes basically that I guess, I don't know. I wouldn't say that you were skiving. I think it was more so that these classes at the time you didn't probably see the relevance or value of them. So you didn't necessarily probably pay attention, but now you've learned from actually navigating through the situation with your ex and seeing how things played out. And now, because you know that didn't necessarily work out, you're manifesting something different. So you have to start with a completely different code, a completely different code. Um, so yeah, I would say when you find yourself obsessing about him, I've literally, because you have to understand there's a part of you that is also disconnected from this part of you. The part of you that is moving forward is also battling with the part of you that loved her relationship, even though she was sick and tired of basically being treated a certain type of way. But she would then start to romanticize all of these flaws because she no longer has the person in her life. And then she starts to like tell these stories and romanticize certain things. So you have to kind of like manage your headspace. It's on Neptunian nature. I've literally had to have conversations and been like, girl, I know you like this person and I see why. Okay, I love him too. Okay, but we're doing boundaries today. Okay, and boundaries mean no. Okay, boundaries mean no. Like basically, as a child, you weren't taught appropriate boundaries, unfortunately. So now, as an adult, you're having to teach yourself those things. And you're having to teach yourself what isn't tolerable in relationships for you based on what you've had to, endure. And I think with the situation, as you kind of move forward, like it's not just going to be about chemistry for you anymore. It's about true, open, honest love, healthy love, a love that can withstand the sharpness of an honest tongue that isn't succumbing to somebody else's ego and treading on eggshells. And it's a beautiful place, actually. You love it there because you get comfortable as well with your own assertions. And yeah, they said all is well. All is well. You'll stop attracting this pessimistic spirit because that's what happened with the ex. One had a pessimistic spirit attached to him. And because of that, they would make certain decisions and their thought process would be more from a place of lack, and then they'd make primitive decisions like that. Oh, yeah, I wonder how many chances I need to give people now. I tell you what, girl, the first time I see something, I'm going to say something. The second time I see something and I say something, I need to know if you're willing to work on this, because if you're not, I don't know if I have the tolerance to be able to withstand much more of the behavior, and it depends. Like, these are very open and honest conversations that needs to be had with people. And I think when we're dealing with those things, the best place that you can start is within family dynamics, because then it's easier for you to basically be firm with people that have known you, and you get more comfortable with it. So your shy voice, when it comes to it, can gradually work its way up to like a voice of bravery and courage in your delivery, to the point where other people will be able to respect those boundaries coming from you. And you also obviously have to believe it yourself, first and foremost. Okay. So what's your advice for our girl in closing out the space? What's your advice for Aria, guys? Clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay, thank you. They were like, I've already given you some advice. But yeah, they're saying that the advice for you is, if you believe, you know, if you believe that the situation isn't improving, it's not. If you believe that the situation is improving in the perfect timing, it will naturally unfold itself to reveal the answers to you. Okay? But I hope that that was useful for you, because it seems like you're about to go into like class, you know. So I love that for you, though. It means that there's like some real imminent growth ahead. So that's what's up. God is good. Right. So, well, thank you so much, Mina. Do you want to read, my love? Obviously, we're going to be back here on the weekend, but do you want to read? Because you're always here just kind of like hanging out and stuff. I know we're going to finish up with my YouTube account next. But yeah. Or maybe you're saving your question for Friday, are you? For a little space. Yes. My YouTube account, your girl. Finally, we are here. We have arrived. Sorry, I'm like trying to keep the noise down for Martin. I'm never gonna get into it as well. That's okay, Aria. Thank you, beautiful. And you will get there. There's, like I said, there's someone sort of like coming. Can't recall the time. Okay, I said around about 10, 11 weeks. There's likely to be someone sort of like coming in that gives you some time to work on some stuff as well. Yeah, exactly that, beautiful. Exactly that. That part. Okay. Yeah, no, I figured the guys were like, oh, she can save it. They said you can save it for the weekend. So that's cool. That's cool. Okay. They did survive. Doom, doom, doom. You just leveled up. Okay. Right. Let's get your question. Does Kawan want to start a romantic relationship with me? In other words, is he attracted to me? Oh no, I got you. It's already up on screen. It's already up on screen. Okay. Kawan. What is Kawan's feelings towards my YouTube account? Thank you. Okay. Put this into perspective for me. Give me some context, y'all. So basically, what they're showing me, yeah, no, I am beautiful. I am. I'm trying to see basically, what they're showing me is that they're kind of being methodical about the situation, because there's a few restrictions when it comes to the dynamics with you guys, right? So I think it's one of those things. They're being methodical about it, so I wanted to get some more understanding. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So, in terms of their feelings towards you, I think that they're not necessarily looking at it from a romantic situation. I think that in terms of the romance side of things, they kind of see a few red flags, if I'm honest, okay? That makes them a little bit wary about that situation. So I think that that's why. But I want to see, how do you see things unfolding for them moving forward? How do you see things unfolding for them moving forward? Thank you. Oh, wow. All the cards are reversed. Damn. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that this develops into anything romantically, my love. I think with the situation, I there's something I don't there's something that isn't all the way clear on the situation. There's some level of deception when it comes to the situation. I don't know if they may already be in communication with somebody in a romantic term or context, you know? Because I think that that may be a part of the restrictions that they're talking about when it comes to this situation. Oh, thank you so much, Mina. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight as well, because you didn't even have to. I appreciate you so much. And happy Halloween again, guys. The moment came, it left. And happy November. That part. Yeah. I don't see it manifesting into anything romantically, I'm afraid. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's probably why he's kind of like hyper vigilant in terms of red flags. That's the part that he's crossing. He doesn't have the capacity for this anymore. Like, I'm not going to say anymore. That's how he feels. But logic would tell you that he doesn't have the capacity for this right now. I think that from what I can see with the situation, he seems to be a little bit all over the place at the minute, and now isn't necessarily the best time for him to be, you know, I guess opening himself up. He just doesn't have any vision on anything at the minute. So it's all very limited and it will feel very limiting being in a situation. So now isn't necessarily the best time for anything. Or moving forward, it seems like there will be reunions for you guys, you know, but it's going to take some patience. You can't rush, I guess, that situation. And I tell you what will happen if you do. A lot of, you see, like how we were just talking about projections, right? a lot of his pain that he's still processing will be projected onto you, and you will become collateral to that process. These are some of the red flags things that I was like speaking about. I think that because you're also open to others or the possibility of others, with him still navigating through, I guess, infidelity and that scar being very open and wide, I guess, because it hasn't been stitched up yet. Okay, he hasn't been into the theater room for this just yet. He's literally still bleeding out. Those are some of the things that are red flags for him because he doesn't want to be hurt again in the same way. No, I know, I hear you, but I'm saying because he thinks that, how can I put it? Now he's still seeing everything through the lenses of the hurt of his pain. You know how they say hurt people hurt people? What happens when you're hurt is that your lenses go on of whatever it is that hurt you, and you start to basically only see that, and you can hurt people exactly the same way that you got hurt. Basically, that's how that works. So I think he has a lot of overthinking, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying these little things which are very innocent on your part are being dramatized and are being over exaggerated because of the trauma with the previous situation, where it might feel similar, but it's not the same thing. Do you see what I'm saying? You're not coming from the same place, it's not the same intention, but these are the little things that basically his demons use to feed off his mind, for lack of a better way of putting it, you know. And it's things that you say in during casual conversations, that I guess his little demon kind of like uses as justifications for like why it's best to just be friends, or friendly at this stage. Yeah. No, not seeing anything about Jax on the cards. There wasn't anything coming up about Jax on the cards. What I was seeing in the space with you two is really that there's just lots of personalized self-imposed restrictions. He's creating these restrictions with the process that I've just told you. And what you think is like an innocent moment in your space, asking a question or doing something, like he's making a different narrative on what that may mean, based on what he's experienced previously. But yeah. One question, Mama. One question. I can go and dive into the Jack situation, future reference, because this is another thing that the guides are starting to say as well, because guides keep getting irritated with my timing and everything like that. I'm going to actually get into this process of one question as well, because obviously I know I do a lot of unpacking, and that's exactly why I like to come into this space. But basically, God said to me, he can't take me where he's trying to take me if I'm still operating on this timestamp, because I need to be able to get through numbers for where he's trying to take me. So yeah, just a sidebar, guys. And I'm making some room in the meantime in the space here. What do you want to know about Jax? Because that's the real tea. Oh, like I was wondering if he's still with his girl, Haley. Okay, Jack and Haley. Jax, sorry, and Haley. What do you see, guys? Talk to me. Talk to me. They're pretty solid, actually. They seem pretty solid. Okay, put this into context. He's learning to love her. He's falling in love with her. He's not there yet, but he's falling. Oh, that was quick, guys. Okay. Yeah. They have a similar passion for each other, and I think they connect on certain belief systems as well. And as he's continuing to sort of learn her, he likes what he's learning, I guess. He seems to be focused on making certain goals with this individual and setting certain, yeah, just certain goals. That's what they're saying to me. He's setting certain goals. She makes it easy. Yeah. Sorry, I was following the trail of information as it was flowing through in this space. I think they'll last a while. I think that they'll last a while. I think that there is an element of respect that they do have. But yeah, I think that they're also still very young and fresh in terms of getting to know themselves as well as each other. And I think that those are some of the things that are going to affect their ability to fully show up present for each other in the relationship. Yeah. Yeah. It's not necessarily a soulmate connection, but it is definitely, I wouldn't say marriage. No, I wouldn't say necessarily marriage. No. But they'll be together for a while, trying to figure out how things actually sort of play out, I guess. How to do certain things when it comes to relationship stuff. They're prepared to sit a few relationship classes together, basically. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, though. Sorry, I was like having a little look. Mm. Yeah. Dax has always had a problem. Does it's funny because firstly, none of these things are showing up. You go into another question, another question. Okay, I see how I'm getting down these rabbit holes. Sorry, sidebar, because the guides are actually showing me something through you on how to actually navigate through what I'm supposed to be doing versus what I actually do in this space. Okay, I get it. Understood. Didn't necessarily see anything of that nature on the deck. Wasn't necessarily looking into it, right? Like one of the things as well, because we were speaking about boundaries earlier, I'm very in going into people's spaces as well. The challenge that I have with this is that you're not necessarily connected with them and they aren't necessarily connected in the space with me. So I will answer the question in itself, but then going into deeper layers per se, because this is their relationship as well, right? Sometimes I don't necessarily go and access all of the files in the reading. I ask the question and I let the question reveal back to me whatever's sort of like coming up. But you're asking another question. It's not necessarily something that they navigate through initially, but it is something that they have to deal with eventually, because he gets bored and he also gets complacent, and yeah, he just starts to self-sabotage from there, essentially. Do you know what else to say? That's pretty much how that works. He gets bored, and the devil makes work for idle thumbs, pretty much. And social media is, oh God, it's one of those places where the devil can do a lot with idle thumbs. But yeah, it's not necessarily something that they have to deal with straight off the bat. It's something that sort of like creeps up in the relationship, I guess, later down the line. But yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm getting downloads. When I do the lives for my subscribers, I can't necessarily go as in depth. Sorry, I literally just got that download. That's what that was. I'm actually processing this now as we speak. Yeah, I have to kind of like keep it on the one question. But I like actually going into stuff, you know what I mean? What do you mean? What does that mean, my love? What do you mean? What does that mean? Help me clarify. Because I can see that you're looking for a particular information, right? Because as I give you the answer to the question that you're asking me for, you serve me with another question. And I give you an answer to that question, you serve me with another question. So, what is the question that you really want to know? Is the question that you really want to know, like, has he fallen out of love with you? Did he ever love you? Like, is that really the question? Because that's what I'm getting basically in terms, and we're kind of like beating around those questions and asking these questions instead, right? It makes no sense what you said about the demons. Okay. Sorry, I channel a lot of information, so I don't even know what part of the conversation you were sort of like lost in. Sorry that I lost you back there. I do lots of demon speak on here constantly all the time, so I don't even know what aspect of the situation I was actually speaking on. No, just clarification. No, okay. Because it seems like there was a space where these questions are coming from. The space that these questions are coming from is actually from that place of, does he still care? Does he still, it's like an echo of a wound. You know what I mean? The sex part, what do you mean? What didn't make sense about it? It's not something that they have to deal with right now. It's not something that flares up right now. He's in honeymoon stage. They get to sort of like navigate through the process of that. I say honeymoon stage, not really, but you understand what I mean. They're still sort of like putting their representatives out there. So actual selves isn't necessarily present in the relationships just yet. They're still giving the representative of, oh, like me. This is who it's going to take for you to like me. So this is a version of me that I'm going to project out there so that you think that you like me. And then obviously once that person is hooked, essentially, then the behaviors begin. Basically, I don't know how else to put it, but he does struggle with that, and I will definitely take that fully 100% into consideration with the whole process of everything. But it's not something that, like, at the minute he's fighting those demons for the sake of pretty much wanting to appear a certain type of way, if that makes sense. Yeah, his representative is basically present at the minute. That's who's occurring and taking place in shape. And what is space? That's space. Sorry. They said that's space. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. That's space. That's what they said to me. And that's space. We're going to sort of, yeah, they're sort of off as well, I guess. I know that you're just curious about the situation with Jax, my love. but I would, yeah, there's still some unresolved feelings there, just a little bit, and it's got a little bit of an echo attached to it, which may take up your mind space. We were speaking about this earlier with our other sister, but just be mindful of that. I don't think that you have any deep feelings, but I think that from what I can see in the space, there's still a certain element of curiosity that's there. And it's coming from an echo. An echo of what? How long were you together with Jax for? Maybe that might help me to understand where this echo derived from, where it got birthed. How long were you and Jax together for? I learned so much today as well, guys. Like, seriously. Hey, Kay, everyone's good. I think we're actually going to be sort of like heading out of the space now. But I really did learn that, like, for the lives, for the new subs, I have to basically be quicker. I can't go into stuff as deeply as I do. In essence, I also learned a few things. Yeah, there was something else. I learned about coming in here as well one day. Okay, you guys were about a year. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That means that you saw the real person for at least the last almost 5 months, I want to say. The mask of them started to come off around about the 6 months mark, really. Once whatever moon cycle was completed with you guys. But yeah, that makes sense then. You got to see his real self. Well, this Haley person is about to learn who he really is. She's still got some time to go. Do you know how long they've been in relationship? Because this might just be a pattern that he has, where he goes into the relationship for a certain period of time and he stays dormant as his true self and gives the representative. Any idea how long they've been together? Sorry, I'm like shutting up shop whilst I'm getting myself shut down for the night. But this was lovely, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Happy Halloween again. We're gonna close up the space just like the veil's getting closed, right? At 3 o'clock. That portal, the portals that have been open. I don't know if you guys have personally been sensing the energies, but there's been lots of gremlins and stuff out here during this Halloween. The portals and the veil, it's all a bit tricky, mate. All a bit tricky. But yeah. On that note, y'all, we're all packed up and getting ready to go. Thankfully, I've got church tomorrow as well, guys. So I am going to get myself nice and ready for tomorrow. And I will see you guys on Friday. I'm going to put the memo out for Thursday. Thank you again, everyone. We got through it. For the most part, it was long, I guess, but I'm learning. Bear with me, guys. You know, I'm seeing that you can't use the same formula all the time, basically, and I'm learning from it. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mina. I appreciate you so much, beautiful. I got you on Friday. Okay, girl. Right, guys. Let's do our little, theme song out, and we'll wrap this up, shall we?
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you again, guys. I'll catch you guys on the flip side on Friday night. Okay? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Have an awesome week. God bless. Bye.